Calling the agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Dr. Tim Merrick.
Here.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Gracious. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second. Oh, you know what? Hold up. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. We're going to do the invocation first. The invocation is going to be by Reverend Jermaine Armour, who will provide it remotely.
My name is Jermaine Armour, and I am the pastor of the St. Luke Church here in the great city of Wilmington. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in some circles you are known as teacher. So we ask that you would bless every teacher in our school system and every employee in every school. Christ came to us not as an adult, but as a child. So, Lord, bless every child enrolled in our school system and those who will soon be school-age children. And, Lord, bless our school board members with wisdom, insight, and love as they lead us in the development of our most precious gifts, our children. This we ask in the name of Christ. Amen.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Justice,
Yes, I would like to remove an item from the agenda
you want to remove an item from the,
to another area.
okay?
Have to look down through this thing again. Okay, under information, C, guidance on policy. Shouldn't that be in policy instead of here on a regular meeting?
So this is related to policies that were discussed in policy committee and just to kind of get guidance for the whole board to be able to hear for those of us who weren't at the policy meeting.
Won't they be doing that when we approve or have the first reading?
These are specific policies that didn't make it all the way through.
Okay.
Dr. Merrick?
Just a little history. In December, I put forth some items for the agenda review, and I was told by members of the committee that even though I had submitted them in time to the agenda review, I had not sent them out to the rest of the board. And so I didn't know that that was a thing, so I removed them and said we'd do that in January. And then in January, I was told, well, those are about policy, so they don't come up to agenda review. You got to send them to policy first. And now I'm looking at something here that says we're going to talk about policy at agenda review, and I didn't receive it ahead of time, and why isn't this being sent to policy?
So again, this was in policy. There was discussion there, and it was requested to be discussed and get guidance from the attorneys. That is why. Ms. Justice.
During the meeting itself, we're getting plenty of guidance to the attorneys. I guess this is more elaboration. Is that correct, is what they are trying to?
That's my understanding. Mr. Perry.
Am I correct in assuming that what we're discussing in Part 6C is some of the questions we had regarding the ones that we didn't agree on completely were, remember I was adding biological to the preface sex and things like that. Is that these are the topics
Yes.
we are discussing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, it's under information, so it's not a voting item. It's
Correct.
just bring it to the attention of the board.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes, Ms. Justice.
clarification, I guess, it's just for me, I wish I had realized that's what those three were referring to. So we went over how many policies?
I know.
28.
Thank you. Thank you.
28.
It was a lot.
It was 28. In case anybody didn't know, I have a tattoo.
Okay, so do you rescind your,
I rescind it.
okay.
Now it makes sense, because we
So-
did want clarification.
So the motion on the table is to approve the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. All right, let's start looking at April's agenda. And Ms. Barnhart, can you keep the time for me? All right, we have the call to order, the roll call, approval of the agenda, the invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge of allegiance. Sorry, I'm kind of flying through those, but those are generally pretty. Approval of the minutes, recognitions, 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Do we need to signify, or who do you have doing the national anthem? I mean, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Is that what you were looking for?
Oh, the
I was
pledge?
gonna do that too,
Oh,
exactly.
okay. Would you like to do the pledge, Mr.
No,
Wildebohr?
I think Dr. Merrick should do it.
There you go.
You can't volunteer anybody else. I think Mr.,
I was
yeah,
going to say you could do the pledge. I'm happy to. There you go.
okay. Dr. Merrick will do that then.
I volunteer Mr. Wilder for singing.
Okay.
Only if you want everybody to run to the exits, you know?
All right, so continuing on, recognitions, 10 minutes should be enough, I guess. Student voice, 10 minutes. Teacher voice, 10 minutes. Superintendent's report.
5 is fine.
Okay. I'm going to need 45. I'm just kidding. Call to audience, 60. Consensus items. Oh, there's nothing under information. Consensus items, 2024-2025 financial audit contract. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. Laney High School serving line. Questions? Okay. Contracts, did you have something, Ms. Barnhart?
No, I'm trying to pull it up on my, on here. I
I'm
have
kind
it
of
in-
flying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Contracts extending into fiscal year 2026. Okay. Contract with North Carolina Sound for intercom systems. Mr. Perry.
Thanks. I just was, haven't we had this contract addressed at previous meetings in the last couple of them over the last 2 or 3 months?
Different school, I think.
Is it in control?
Are you referring to the contract extending into next year?
The
No,
NC
The North
Sound,
Carolina Sound for intercom systems. I think that,
is it December and to get,
Yes, you did approve one in December for Murray Middle School, and you approved some last month for some additional schools that were being funded out of lottery, and then this is being funded out of the school safety grant.
thank you.
these are two more schools. Any other questions on that? All right. Policy, Mr. Wildebohr, you mentioned policy consensus you thought would take a little bit longer. What kind of time frame do you think?
Remember my tattoo? Yeah, I would say at least 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Barnhart?
for point of clarity, if we're seeing an increased time, is there discussion to be had today about some of these policies?
Past practice, we haven't generally, correct? I mean, I don't recall us doing that in the past as much. I mean, we've done it with the new board, but with the previous group, I don't.
Well, I guess it's the point of clarity is the consensus item for 5 minutes, and we just went through and asked questions on any of those because it's consensus, so it's supposed to be a quick passing, so.
We can.
If we're upping the time of policy, I didn't know if there was clarity questions to be answered today.
Here's what we can do. Looking through the policies, does anybody have any concerns, questions? Dr. Merrick?
I have questions and concerns about several, but because, look, I know this is a public meeting, right? And people could be here if they wanted to, but the fact of the matter is we've seen from the views on YouTube that a huge number of people watch our full board meetings, but only a fraction of people actually watch this meeting. And because policy is so important, and the public should be kept up on what and why, I really think that we should have any discussions about these policies at the full board meeting, just my opinion.
Anyone else with thoughts? I mean, I can go one at a time through them. Ms. Justice?
Yeah, this is a change in practice, and for me, because I don't remember us having discussed policies before the agenda review. So, since we weren't forewarned, if you want to say that, although I've gone through these policies.
You were there. You were there.
It would be a lot, I guess, more equitable to what we're doing, considering the past practices, if we went ahead and waited until we had our regular meeting, and then if you want to change in the future and discuss policies during the agenda review, that would be absolutely fine, but to change in midstream, especially with everything going on with some of these policies, just seems proper that we would just go ahead and wait until the regular meeting like we have in the past.
So Ms. Bradford?
Actually, for the last 4 years it's not 4 years, whenever we redid and added the agenda briefing, the idea was that we would discuss anything on the main board meeting agenda in advance, so A, we could have plenty of time before we voted, and B, so we could get out questions that we needed answers to that the staff maybe could answer. And we've been operating that way, and I don't know when we added the agenda briefing, but somebody could probably tell me, but we've been doing it that way since then, if you've been following our meetings before you got elected. So it's not a change from what we've been doing. It's not something new. And I would like to know what the issues are so that we can talk about them now, so that if we're going to vote on it as a consensus, I can walk into the meeting knowing exactly where I stand on the consensus, because that can move very quickly. And again, we want to get out of here in our 4 hours and not have to postpone stuff off the agenda from the regular board meeting because we didn't have time, because people wanted to discuss things at length during the meeting because we didn't do it here. So I would move that we discuss them now.
And the other thing that we have done in the past is indicating which ones would be more, that we would be more likely to pull out. So for me, for example, looking at 3540, that's one that I would probably want to pull out and discuss a little bit longer, and that might shorten the discussion with all the policies unless there's an inordinate amount of them. Were there any that others had that they wanted to pull out? Dr. Merrick?
I have several.
Okay.
What I'm going to say now, for what it's worth, is that because I think the public needs to hear and to understand our thinking, whatever conversations we do today, I'm going to do the same ones next week so the public can hear them. So if we want to do it twice, we can do it twice, I don't mind, but I'm going to do it again next Tuesday.
So what I'm asking is if there are any that you
Sure.
are going to want to pull out for further discussion for next week. I've brought forth 3540. Are there any that anybody would like to pull out specifically? Dr. Merrick?
3100, 3200, 4310, 5240, 7130, and 6220.
Yeah,
Yes,
can you
please.
slow down and say those again?
Oh, I'm so
Because we're
sorry.
trying to write
I'm
them
so
down.
sorry. I was
It
trying to
would
be
be
efficient.
helpful if you could go ahead and give us the title of that policy when you're doing it.
Yeah, that would help too.
Well, I can. It'll take me longer.
That's
fine.
okay. Go ahead.
3100. Let's go back to our policies.
Which ones are all there?
You want to, tell you what, Pete, you want to look them up on policy?
I got it right here in front of me.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
that
all
would
right,
be
yeah.
helpful. So 3100,
3200 is selection of instructional materials.
Okay.
okay. Give me 1 second to get back to my list.
31 is curriculum development.
Yeah.
Okay, I got that.
4310,
And these are all that were discussed in the policy meeting?
Yes, these are all the ones that were
Integrity
passed.
and stability.
Yep.
5240,
Advertising in schools.
Okay.
7130,
7130 is licensure with suggested edits.
and 6220.
I didn't hear that last one.
6220.
6220.
Operation of school nutrition.
All right. Are there any others that people had that they wanted to pull out for further discussion next week?
And just to be clear, because we didn't do the first one, comprehensive health and safety education is 3540.
Yes. Are there any others that people had concerns with that they wanted to pull out for further discussion, just so that we have a heads up and people can prepare a little further? Ms. Bradford?
Madam Chair, if we're going to have a full-blown discussion on 7 policies, giving them 3 minutes each, we've now sucked up a lot of our 4 hours. So I would be, interested in talking about them today. That's the point of this meeting.
I mean, mine is relatively brief. My concern is relatively brief. When looking at the Comprehensive Health and Safety Education Program, I was looking through, and I know that in other areas of policy, we have that it's an opt-in to make sure that parents are saying you can do this, but this one is an opt-out. And I'm trying to remember if that was always the case. Julie, could you remind me? 3540. Or maybe it's Dr. Hamilton. Oh, you don't have a microphone.
Oh, you know what?
Dr. Hamilton doesn't have a microphone.
Thank you. The staff had moved forward with a recommendation for it to be opt-out. However, I think during policy committee, Mr. Wildeboer, the policy committee wanted to move in the direction of keeping it as opt-in. So that was just the staff recommendation at that time, which of course is still in policy committee. So that's why that has not moved forward yet.
So I'm looking at it, and it says, parents or guardians may choose to withhold their consent for their child's participation in any part of the entire sex education portion of the health curriculum. To do so, parents or guardians shall complete and submit the bottom portion of the letter indicating they want their child excused from participating. I consider that an opt-out. Does anybody else? Mr. Perry?
Yes, I mean, at our last board meeting, we decided that it was going to be opt-in.
Yeah, we
So,
voted on that.
now you could, the whole program would be opt-in if you want to be part of this. Could you opt out of particular segments? Yes, but I think that language needs to be more clear to say that, yes, you have to opt in to get in, but then once you opt in, you can opt out of certain lessons that you don't want your child to be in. I think that's what we decided at our last
But
meeting.
right now it says parents or guardians of high school students shall receive a letter from their child's school stating that the child will automatically be assigned to the sex education portion of the
Yeah, I
health
think that needs to
curriculum. Dr. Barnes, you wanted to say something.
I know that that statement had been made. I don't remember if that was voted on specifically. I just want to remind the board and caution them that that's a lot of effort for our staff to individualize lessons on a daily basis. I know that was something we had mentioned and talked about. I don't remember if it was actually voted in the approval of it.
Madam Chair?
Oh, gracious. I look up and there's...
It was my understanding that this was still in policy and still under revision. Is that correct, Mr. Wildeboer?
Well, it's here.
It's here it got passed.
Right. And General Statute 115C 8130 does state in Section B that each local Board of Education shall adopt a policy and provide a mechanism to allow a parent or legal guardian to withdraw his or her child from instruction required under the subsections 10 through 13A of this section, which is where we got that language about opting out and withdrawing.
Gotcha. Ms. Bradford?
I like Mr. Perry. I remember that we passed this saying we were going to remain opt-in in a full board setting. So why are we now putting it back into policy to decide if we want to do it again?
So I think that Mr. Wildeboer could probably speak better to that.
Got my sheet right here.
You made other changes to this in policy, but
Right.
not this.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, we made, you can see the questions, we go changes that we made there, under B. And then again, down on our program, and then the family life.
Yes.
This was the way it was, we did not change it.
Okay.
But we need it.
Mr. Perry?
I would like...
I'm so sorry. Dr. Merrick was first.
Sorry. And mine's quick. I think we voted that it would be opt-in. And I think the state statutes and parental rights means we have to let parents opt out. I know it's going to be really inconvenient, but I think that's in the statutes, is it not?
Mr. Perry?
I would like to make a motion that we send this back to policy. We did take a vote on this, or we can discuss it again at a board, but if it was against the law for us to opt in, then somebody should have mentioned it at our last board meeting, okay? So, and nobody did. So.
We've been operating that way.
And I'm not trying to blame anybody, I'm just saying it got overlooked. So at this point, I'd say we send this one back. I would like to make a motion that we send this one back to policy to review the specific part, and get the advice from the lawyers, and then proceed from there. And then we can recommend that the board change its mind about the opt-in if we are so persuaded.
A second.
Okay. Ms. Bradford?
Board attorney sitting right beside Mr. Perry, why don't we ask him now, save us all those steps?
I thought that was coming, Ms. Bradford. It was Mr. Blanchard was at that last meeting, so I'm sort of flying blind as we go and discuss these.
All right.
Ms. Mason, it's not against the law to have people opt in. We can't have more restrictive guidelines than what general statute. We just can't be more lenient.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. So there's a motion to send 3540 back to policy. Any further discussion? Ms. Justice? Ms. Justice?
Hamilton just suggested that it's possible for us, doing extra work, to change something that the law says we have to be doing. I would like to discuss this in policy a little more thoroughly after we get back together in the group, being that we're policy. And we do get to look at these things a little closer, just because, for various reasons. It is a state curriculum requirement.
All right, so there's a motion to send 3540 back to policy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1. So I'm looking at our agenda, and I just want to make sure that we have time to cover all the things that we need to cover. How much time, Dr. Merrick, would you need to ask your questions, or today, if you were to do that?
I'm just being really honest. I think the public needs to hear the objections.
Yes, I
and so
understand. That
however
wasn't the
much time
question.
we spend today, we're going to spend it again on Tuesday. So I frankly think it's a waste of our time to do it now. It's up to you guys. We can do it, but I think the public needs to hear.
Clarity, if he's going to do it again next week, to be honest, it's kind of wasting our time today, especially if we're up against time anyway.
Yep. All right. So let's continue on.
So, Madam Chair?
Ms. Bradford.
Of those 6, I would like us to go ahead and either budget the time or take something off the agenda so that we don't run out of time in the meeting and something that is important doesn't get discussed because we didn't do it today. Mr. Wildebohr.
Can I make a suggestion? We just add, let's go ahead and add 10 more minutes, because I originally said use 30 minutes.
Okay.
We had 10 more minutes for next week.
Okay.
See where we are time-wise and then get to
That sounds good.
Thank
you. Old business. NCDOT acquisition of right-of-way at Johnson Pre-K Center.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Since it says last meeting, can we have Mr. Anderson tell us what this is about? Even though I already know.
Do we, and how much time do we need? That's the other thing.
Me right now, or?
Yes, please, now.
How much time do we need for next week first?
Well,
And
I
then,
think if we can address the questions now, it would, you need just a few minutes to vote.
so like 5? Perfect. Awesome. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So this is part of the Beltline Railway Improvement Project where the NCDOT Railway Division in City of Wilmington plans to bring passenger rail back to the city. Part of the abandoned railway system lies on the property of Johnson Pre-K. And this is a request from DOT to purchase 13.4 acres of right-of-way for that railway. The offer includes the purchase of the right-of-way and also $55,725 for the value of improvements. And what that means is when they start construction, we will be required to relocate playground structure and some other items and fencing. So we actually went out and got prices for that, quotes for that, went back to DOT, asked them for an increase of $9,185, which they agreed to. So the total offer today is $1,706,785. The offer is attached as well as the amendment, and then there's a site map of Johnson indicating exactly where the right-of-way is. It follows kind of the northeast, northwestern property boundaries.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Ms. Barnhart?
I don't have a question, but I did ask last time if there's a way to get more money, so I appreciate you getting us more money, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
I had Dr. Merrick first before, so let's go Mr. Perry first.
Just want to clarify, I think it's great, rail would be great to have here in Wilmington again. Are there any safety concerns regarding the school or the presence of a passenger rail and everything that brings with it as far as increased people there, et cetera, that's going to have any effect on the pre-K center and what's going on there? And I just want to make sure everything's nice and safe.
There will be fencing to provide a barrier from the rail to the playground, and we'll relocate the playgrounds so that they're not in close proximity to that. There's obviously, you'll be able to see trains. That might be really exciting for pre-K kids, but
And adults.
And adults, but there would be, that visual and the noise from the train. It's my understanding that this particular line is limited to passenger. It's not a freight train, so the noise would be minimized as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
And I think it's obvious, but just to be clear, the map that you're looking at, it's just, whatever, 20 feet or 50 feet or whatever on each side of the track. That's all that you're talking about. All those 14 acres are all just right there at the track.
Correct.
And that we just need to remember, too, that extra money that you, quote-unquote, got is encumbered. We can't, that's got to be spent to do all that business, so it's not like we really got more money. Right?
Well, not knowing what the timeline is for this, and to be honest, I think it's years down the road. So the entire the entire price of the purchase would be budgeted and financed, and at such time that it's more appropriate, we would request funding for that.
Got it.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And you had mentioned the noise, but, I do know that trains, even passenger trains, are quite noisy at times. Is there any thought to give in some kind of a lot of times they have the buffer walls that are up to protect from that noise?
So I have actually made repeated requests to NCDOT, and they have not responded. We're going through their acquisition agent. He's been very good about emailing me and keeping me informed. But at this point, after several attempts to get them to respond to that request, they have not done so.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? All right. Superintendent 2025-2026 recommended budget. We're going to be talking about that more today.
I can't imagine that that's going to be a long conversation after all the conversations we've had.
Right. So how long do you want?
I mean, a minute and a half. No. Ashley, what would you think, 10 minutes to kind of give the overview, or are we just saying, here it is, folks?
So my thought, what we can do, whatever the board would like, maybe 5 minutes. I'm gonna go over everything today and then just request approval at the actual board meeting unless you want me to go into more detail at the board meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to make a recommendation, we at least allow 10 minutes, because we may have a question between now and then, which we will bring up.
And most of these documents have already been out there and been publicized, so, as well as the superintendent budget priorities, that sort of thing.
Yep. Okay, so 10 minutes. Ethics trainings, I think that's supposed to say for board members, not by board members, but it's by the attorneys. So that discussion, how long do we think that will take? That was, Ms. Barnhart, you had asked for that.
Yeah, I don't think very long at all. I just had asked if, I know per policy, who we get our trainings from has to be approved by the board, and so that was a discussion if the attorneys had the ability to do the every 2 year, so.
Yeah, I can speak on that. That won't take us long to discuss. We can do whatever you want as far as training.
Okay.
It looks pretty wide open as long as you approve it.
Okay.
So
like 5 minutes? All right. Letter to NCDPI, 10 minutes enough?
Yeah. Do we have copies of that? It's uploaded.
It should be, yeah, it's attached. Oral history, how much time do we think we need for that?
This was a discussion that we kind of started probably 6 or 8 months ago of potentially having a database of living history, and we have such a rich community. So I would be fine with a 10 or 15-minute discussion of just hearing about the opportunities that we can potentially support our staff and amplify the curriculum that we're utilizing. So
okay, let's go 15 for that. Ms. Justice had her hand. So, and then you.
Wow. So this is basically local history, and a section on that, which I think is an excellent idea, having taught history and had to bring it in myself when I was teaching it, because you shouldn't exactly find it in curriculum. So this is what you are saying that we are going to be discussing.
Correct.
I'm just trying to clarify this.
Yep. Mr. Perry.
Are you done with that? I want to add that.
Well, I was going to add it at our work session not too long ago. We did vote to add the ad hoc committee for bonus pay that Mr. Perry had drafted. So that had not been added, so I'm going to make a motion to add that under old business.
You haven't left the oral history.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment that was stemmed out of our presentation last year on the Freeman family and the history of Seabreeze, and we were supposed to have a presentation to the full board on that from Dr. Hamilton and last month, and it got bumped out for time. We've not brought that back. I thought that's what this was. I thought it was coming back to us. Again, while these people are still living, we need to do oral history with them. But we have kind of sidelined that Freeman family and the Seabreeze that we had some presentation to, but we didn't get what Dr. Hamilton has for our school district. And that was it was a long-range date when we passed it, but that's next school term. It's supposed to be implemented. So when does that come back? Anybody?
Do you have any questions or answers, Dr. Hamilton? It's all you.
Whenever you tell us to have it on the agenda, we'll have it on there.
May I add to this conversation?
Whenever we ask her to put it, she'll do it. Put it on the agenda. Ms. Justice.
You're talking about a standalone presentation about Seabreeze now that we didn't have time to have before, but we're going to have.
So we had one previously. This is.
We voted to add it to our curriculum. Freeman family and Seabreeze, two related but not completely separate. I mean, they're separate topics. The history of the Freeman family is fascinating.
I know. I'm very aware.
So we voted as a board to adopt it into our curriculum. Now we were getting a presentation on when and how and why, and I mean not why, but the whole of actually it's time to adopt it into the curriculum.
Okay, Ms. Justice.
Wow, there are so many historically rich experiences in this region. You know this. I taught history for many years here, and Seabreeze, that's Freeman Beach community, is one of part of it. I mean, all up and down the coast. I'd like to see this expanded on, just literally having a part of the curriculum devoted to these different, have maybe somebody do research and have a local curriculum and introduced at some level here in the social studies curriculum, not just one incident, but the many rich ones. We've got some really amazing ones.
Right.
We really do.
And I believe that's what we had voted to do with the previous board. And then just kind of the progress, Ms. Barnhart and then Dr. Merritt.
I'm going to echo my colleague's sentiment. That was the purpose of this conversation, because we had discussed it months ago to have it embedded and really just have a resource in conversations. I know Mr. Wilder, we've gone to the Holocaust showing that we have, but he's brought in people to come and be presenters in our schools to support just the dialogue. And I said that would be what a great way to be able to come here and film it, and so that it's accessible to every single one of our educators. And I just put these topics, but absolutely it can be expanded to different topics of what does the database look like to really have some rich, in-depth history that all of our schools can access. And so that was the point of this conversation. It wasn't trying to take a new turn. It was just saying, how can we do that in a way that we're supporting as a board, and in a way to highlight just the rich history that we do have. So these are just some examples, but.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I was just a little confused that we are bringing in Seabreeze and Freeman family as part of this. Okay, good. I thought I heard you say it was separate.
All right. And now I'll make the motion to add the ad hoc committee for bonus pay under old business.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. We'll say, because we've had a lot of discussion about it, unless people have more questions, I'm going to say 5 minutes. Does that seem reasonable to everybody? Okay, 5 minutes. We don't have anything under new business. We have the closed session time, or the closed session reserve.
And we will need a closed session in that personnel report afterwards for the first.
Okay. Do we know estimate of how much time we might want to?
I can guarantee that I will take 5 minutes. It should be quick. It's just a couple people I could not finish before today.
Okay, so just to be safe, we'll do 10 minutes under the close. And then the consensus item of the personnel report, correspondence, announcements, and adjournment. Ms. Barnhart?
So 220 minutes, 3 hours and 40 minutes?
Whoa, Dr. Merrick.
Yeah, I do have, I'm hoping to have an announcement of 4 scholarships to be awarded to New Hanover High School students, so I would like the opportunity during announcements to make that. No?
Yeah, you'll, Mr. Fair.
Since we have, it seems like we have a little bit of time left on the number of minutes that you just mentioned we are at. I'm just wondering, because I am such a big fan of the history thing, and would there be time at next week's meeting to give that presentation that you were talking about?
That's next week? That's a week. I don't want to put pressure on that kind of presentation. But she already had it ready.
We have a presentation ready. We had also reached out to one of the members of the Freeman family to come and speak as well, so I'll need to check in with him and make sure he's available as well. But we can move ahead with what we do have, and if he isn't available, we could reschedule him from another time if you would like.
What is the will of the board?
I made a motion, I get a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I love the idea of having a presentation. I don't want to condense it. So I know we only have 20 minutes left, so to say, last time I think we might have even went over time when we had the historian kind of just be able to talk and see and share pictures and just hear her life. It was very, very educational and just really cool to be able to say, how could we embed this for all of our students to keep hearing? So what I would like to see is if we come together to say, if we have some different things that we want to see, and then allow Dr. Hamilton time to bring potentially multiple presenters, or even create those video clips and things like what we're discussing opportunities-wise. I'm not opposed to having them here, I just don't want to short their time, so.
And I would agree with that.
Ms.
I don't
Justice?
Yeah, has the curriculum committee met yet, or is that, okay, this would be something, and I'm talking now about in general, the many historical events that have happened in our region. Take something to take to the social studies area of curriculum committee to develop it, because as I said, Freeman Beach is just one, there are so many.
Right.
Oh my, I don't
Absolutely.
even want to begin, because I could be sitting here listening.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
we're in a very historical area, literally, of our democracy, of our state, the world, actually.
Ms. Bradford? You had a comment.
Do we have a motion on the floor at the moment?
Mr. Perry made a motion to add in that presentation.
Do I have a
under,
second?
And it had a second, 2 seconds.
I would amend to move it out a month and put it firmly on the, okay, we're doing April this week, so the May meeting agenda and allow.
Agenda review or the main meeting?
Main meeting.
Okay.
That puts it out a whole month. But the whole point was, we did it at an agenda review, and we voted on it in an agenda review, so we wanted to take it to the board meeting and have the presentation for the public.
Okay. Is there a second to her amendment?
I'd second that.
Okay.
30, at least 30 minutes.
Yes, yes.
And that would give more time. Any further discussion? And this is to move the presentation, the oral history, I'm assuming the whole discussion?
Yeah, not necessarily related with the slideshow, but it'd be fun if we could get those posters that, I know one of them we had was wrong, but the poster boards back with the pictures of the families and stuff. That'd be cool.
So the
Just for
question,
the public.
the question is, are we taking the whole E out and moving it to May? Is
Yes,
that your
ma'am.
amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, just so that we're all clear, that is the, further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. So that will be in the May meeting. May, oh my gosh, it's almost May. Holy cow. All right, so that does change the time for,
Point of
yes,
order.
Mr. Perry.
That's a good
I
thing.
think her was the amendment to mine.
It was, but it was conflicting. Because you were going to extend it for.
I'm fine with it, I'm just
Okay,
saying-
so because it was conflicting.
So you're going to retract your original motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that does change the time a little bit,
That's a
Ms.
good
Barnett.
thing.
What do we got now?
3:30.
Beautiful. Awesome. All right. Oh, I need my paper, sorry. All right, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session
So moved.
pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes; to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights; to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board; and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment with the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a second? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed. We are back. Let us keep going. I will entertain a motion to approve the personnel report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. The Google to Microsoft presentation. Ms. Brinson, take it away.
Here with me because he has been doing a lot of work on the technical side of this transition from Google to Microsoft. So thank you for the opportunity to kind of go over and give an overview of how we got where we are when it's transitioning from Google to Microsoft as far as our email. We have always been Microsoft. It's the email piece that actually made the big switch, okay? So first I want to kind of go over a website that we have created, a web page called Operation Go Micro that is pulled up that kind of talks about the transition, gives a general overview, and then we've provided resources. We've got the Google to Microsoft data migration that kind of goes over which data is going to migrate when we move the schools over, and it kind of gives more specific information. You can go into that. I'm not going to go read all that to you. We also have a place where staff can submit a question and get feedback, and then we have FAQs we're turning that into. And then we have, scroll down a little bit, we also are including basically the counterpart between the Google apps and the Microsoft. So you can see Gmail is the same thing as Outlook. You know, Google Calendar is the same thing as your Outlook calendar. Google Drive, OneDrive kind of goes through those different areas that are the same and identical and the tasks that you can do. The last and most important piece on here is our timeline. So this goes into the process that we started back in 2021 to get us to where we are today. So I'm going to let Brian kind of go over that with you.
Good afternoon. So we'll start with 2021 instead of going back to 2003 when I started here. So I'll save you a few years. All right. So the first thing is the technology division Microsoft license review. So we are paying for what's called an A3 level license. And this gives us a certain level of software and licensing for the amount of users, for staff, for students, lots of different things. When we were looking at the A3 licensing, we decided to compare that against the A5 licensing to make sure that we wouldn't be better suited to go to the A5 for staff, students, and business needs, as well as our cybersecurity requirements. Specifically, the A5 adds some mobile device management, email archiving, some advanced threat protection, video conferencing using Teams, an additional storage space. And after we completed a cost analysis, we determined that if we went with the bundled offering of Microsoft to the A5, we would save additional funds and also meet the industry standards for cybersecurity and cyber insurance requirements. And necessitate establishing a baseline of security measures. Considering all the factors, the decision to move to A5 on the next renewal date was made. It just made financial sense, and we have all of that broken down as well. So the first thing we did was get an initial conversation started with Microsoft. We wanted to bring them in-house and talk with our technical and some instructional staff. So we did that, and then in 2022, Microsoft came on site, and we had kind of it's almost an all-day meeting at the technology department. We brought in the technical team. They had engineers, customer support specialists, and we had internally our technology team. We brought in some instructional from the curriculum instructional side of things, and had basically Microsoft show us what they could do and what we had available to us with the A5 offerings. Next thing we did was we visited Onslow County schools from a technical standpoint, So Onslow has been a all Microsoft district for a long time, and they are actually, around COVID, they were one of the only school districts that during remote, they actually had their scores go up because of the Microsoft Teams and everything that they had in place. They were able to transition to a remote very easily and efficiently. So they are kind of a standard bearer for the way that things could be done with Microsoft, so we wanted to see how they were doing it from a technical standpoint. So we did a visit there, and then we did a presentation back here for senior staff on our technical findings. And during this time, you'll see this section there for, if you scroll down, there's technical training configuration assessments that occurred in 2022. These are a lot of things, just making sure that if we did decide to go with any of these Microsoft tools, or even the things that we did have, we needed to make sure they were properly set up, that we weren't getting ourselves in any trouble from a cybersecurity standpoint, that students didn't have access to things that they shouldn't have. So we had a lot of training that took place to set up everything properly. And those were a part of our licensing as well. So we have what's called Fast Track with Microsoft, where we get a certain amount of credits toward setting up everything from trainings to just the technical side. Next thing we had was a instructional team, so our digital teaching and learning, and I believe they had some other folks from curriculum. No? Okay, just the details. Went to Onslow County to view the actual tools being used in the classroom. So the teachers with elementary and secondary, so they came back pretty excited about some of the things that they saw. So at that point, our next step was to actually engage with the Fast Track team for exchange. I will not sugarcoat the fact that it is not an easy thing to manage 2 mail servers and have them running in parallel. So we had to get some support for us to be able to do that. There's a lot of configuration and mail flow rules that are set up for us that life would just be so much easier if everything was one or the other. So when we're over at Microsoft, things will be much less complex from a mail flow standpoint for us to manage. So we had to engage with the Fast Track team to help us configure these things. After we did that, the very first pilot program was myself and my cybersecurity analyst, Charles White, and we ran our lives in Microsoft fully, in Outlook and just everything Microsoft, for about 60 days. And then we had a few directors and the other director of technology, as well as client services and networking supervisors that we brought on board. And this whole time that we're running these, we're getting feedback, this works, this doesn't work, testing mail flow, that sort of thing. And we're doing it in-house so that we're not impacting the rest of the district. The next technology group, 3, in January 2024, we brought half of the technology department over. So what we wanted to experience there was what problems might they see, and then what problems might they see communicating with people on the Google side of things as well. So we left half of our department in Google and half of our department in Microsoft so that we could try to flesh out any of those communications or collaboration and sharing issues that may happen between, and we could easily yell down the hall and somebody could say, hey, Brian, this doesn't work, and I would have to immediately listen and fix it. All right? Not just me, there's a lot of folks. And from then on, we moved into pilot group 4, which was the rest of technology. So as of March 2024, all of technology was fully implemented into Microsoft, Outlook and all. And from there, we reached out to other departments and discussed, we had individual meetings with departments that would be interested in being a part of the pilot program. Jennifer Johnson and myself visited each director, gave them an option of saying, would you be interested in the pilot? This is what it looks like. This is what impact it'll have on your staff. This is what the expectations are. And we gave them a kind of take it or leave it. If you don't want to be involved, we completely understand, but we had a handful of volunteers. One of our first volunteers was Mr. Silverstein up there. As an entire department of 1, he was more than willing to jump on ship. We are thankful for that. So we started off with really small departments in the pilot and worked our way up to the point to where in July we did brought on information systems, and in August, we're CTE, Human Resources, Executive Directors, Federal Programs, on down the line to where we've got all of central office except for, we've got special education coming up in April, and then we have transportation, like the bus drivers and things like that. I think we still have a few more to do with those. So at that point, by this summer, the goal will be that all of central office will be fully implemented and fully operational in Microsoft Outlook. From there, what we're looking to do is, we know that the Infinite Campus project from Power School transition is a major undertaking. Our goal was not to impact the teachers any more than we had to, so we wanted to free them up to have the opportunity to learn Infinite Campus and to implement it properly. So we're kind of putting on the Microsoft brakes for our students and staff at the schools, and we will be an implementation of 26-27 for them. That'll give them time to focus on Infinite Campus, give us time to find any other possible issues that we could iron out, as well as some additional testing. Want to talk about the early college?
So along with that, we've always been a Microsoft shop. Our servers and everything, we've always, our finance would have a fit if we moved away from Microsoft, in their Excel. So we've always been Microsoft since Microsoft started with Microsoft Office. We have, with the A3 license, we've been able to get the Office 365 licenses for every staff and every student. We didn't advertise that, but some kids started, they saw it and they were able to use it, so we then are making people aware. So what we are going to be doing, even though the schools aren't transitioning their email, we're still going to be providing training for teachers next school year who want to learn and get back to using Excel, PowerPoint, Word, versus using the Google stuff. It's their choice. We're not going to force them one way or the other. Google is not going away anytime soon, even after they transition. The email piece will go away, but Google Drive and all the other Google tools are going to stay. It is going to be a slow process to wean people off of that, because I do know and understand how invested our teachers are into that. When we do the migration, though, their Google Drive files will be migrated automatically over to OneDrive. Their email will be automatically migrated over, so they'll have a much easier transition than anybody in central office had. With making people aware of this transition, we have had early conversations with the 3 early colleges. They expressed interest in trying to be an initial pilot for schools because their students are enrolled in Cape Fear and UNCW, and Microsoft is what they use. And they are having kids not knowing how to save a Word document to OneDrive and attach it to a lesson in Canvas to send to their teacher. So they have expressed interest in being an early pilot for us. And so the conversations have been had, and they're looking at doing the staff in May and the students then when they come back. But that is initiated from the 3 schools. It wasn't us initiating with them. So, but it makes sense because of how their students are functioning, that they need to kind of be prepared and be comfortable using those tools that they are going to have to use at Cape Fear and UNCW. So we did, and this whole process of comparing these things, we did look at the cost. So basically, in our tools, we need to make sure we have an antivirus, an MDM, which is a mobile device management. It's how we manage basically our iPads and our devices, push out applications, re-image the machines. That is necessary. Having enough storage. That's one thing, if you've been reading your emails from me, we are running out of storage in Google. And we are asking people to delete old things, go through it. Right now, we have 7% of our storage left in Google, and that's email, Drive, and photos. We have to have the ability to archive emails. We have to have the ability to do word processing, spreadsheets, presentation software, advanced threat protection. That's actually a mandatory requirement, minimum requirement of our cybersecurity insurance. We have to have Microsoft licensing from core basic central office needs. So looking at all those, we did a comparison between the Google Education Fundamentals program, which is the lowest level, to the Google Education Plus, along with the Microsoft A3 and the Microsoft A5. So Microsoft A5 is right at $400,000 a year. The Microsoft A3, plus all the other things we need to have all those features, would be $508,000. The Google Education Plus would be $632,000, and the Google Education Fundamentals would be $516,000. So we did do that cost comparison, and looking at all those features, it's also an advantage to kind of have some of those core features to be in the same product kind of thing with the same company, so that way they're not pointing fingers when stuff isn't working. It's basically going to be Microsoft's problem to fix, and we found that that works good when you're mixing different vendors. They do like to point fingers at each other, and then it takes a longer time to resolve a situation. If you have just one vendor to point at, they kind of solve the problem a lot faster. That's it. Questions?
Ms. Bradford?
The Google Docs and the Google Sheets. Google Docs can be a live document, and we can all work on it, and it's constantly updating. Is there an equivalent in Microsoft? I know
Yes, the Microsoft Word can do the same thing. Yep, if you share it with somebody else, just like you share the Google Doc, then you could have more than one person in there editing at the same time.
But it's not like kept live somewhere and...
Yep, it's in your OneDrive.
As long as you store it in your OneDrive or a Teams or a SharePoint, basically, as long as it's in Microsoft OneDrive, it's real-time collaboration, just like Google Docs.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, this first came to my attention, I think all of our attention when we were switching over to Outlook. And it sounds like this has been a top-down process. It began decision in central office, and it's moving through central office. It's going to hit the schools in 26, 27. Because of Infinite Campus, you don't want to throw too much at it at once. Is that a good description?
Yeah.
Okay. The cost is close, but yeah, it's obviously that the Microsoft is slightly cheaper overall. Here's my concern. I've done some research in the back, and I don't bring it all because I think most people are aware of the fact these are two competing companies, and that this is a problem everywhere because of the competition. And that's all right, because it just makes our lives a lot easier because we have all these different access to doing what we do. But Google is considered more user-friendly, and this is a fact. And when you look at it overall, Google's more user-friendly. Microsoft has got a lot more detail, and you can do certain things on a different level. Businesses like it, smaller businesses like Google. I mean, these are just a lot of the things I've researched. Here's my concern. Outlook, transitioning for me to Outlook has been a nightmare. I've lost things have disappeared on us. I know all of us have been having trouble with the email, but that's just email. I've talked to teachers. Teachers are the ones that have come to me freaked out about the transition to all the things for years. I think we started with Google in 2014 is when we started.
2012, I believe.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
And before that, we were Microsoft. We were Microsoft before that.
Yeah, and so, but Google's become a huge part of our operations, especially in the schools. And because of that, I've heard some teachers, they're very freaked out for a number of reasons about losing out. The time that will take for them to transfer a lot of the work that they've done over the years into Microsoft, and also, again, the user-friendly component of it. And when I talked to you initially, you did say that when the decision was made, teachers weren't brought in. You said that there were people representing teachers and staff, that the heads of the departments. But the teachers themselves, when the decision back in 21 or whatever, when these discussions were going on, classroom teachers really weren't getting the input or the ability to really have a say in this decision making. So this seems to be driven from the top down. And I mean, this is an information session, and that's what I'm taking it as. I would love to be able to feel comfortable with Outlook, not just Outlook, with Outlook, yeah, but with Microsoft, because that is where we're headed. But this is a very difficult transition, and the fact that I think it almost feels to those in the school like it's been under the radar, because it has been going on at central office and other areas first. And now that it's coming out, they're able to voice their concerns. So I would like to hear more from them and how this translates to what they do in the schools. No offense to everything else that goes around the schools, because we can't function in the schools without it. But the most important, and you said Onslow County likes it?
Yes.
It's doing well? That's the kinds of things that need to be explained. And I tell you right now, Outlook's freaky. I don't know why things disappear the way they do. But Google's definitely much more user-friendly in that aspect alone. And I understand what you're saying about Sheets. I used to love to be able to communicate with people back and forth, but if you can do it, I've got both at home. I mean, I've been using Microsoft, I've got the program for years, Excel, Outlook, Word, I love your Word. But I'm concerned about the schools and what this means for teachers in the classroom, all the work that they've put in since 2012. A lot of people retired, but there's still a lot of people here that have come in during that time. And what does this mean when they're trying to transfer lessons?
They're not going to lose their stuff. Their stuff will be transferred for them. It will be done in the background. So when they come to work one day, they will have all their files in Google Drive and in Microsoft OneDrive. So they will be done for them. So they won't have to worry about that. They won't have to transfer their emails over. We will be doing that for them. Their calendars can be transferred over. All that stuff can be done for them. We did send information out. We do have an Educational Technology Advisory Committee consists of some teachers and administrators. We mentioned it, brought it to them. We did send emails out, and we did have some town halls where people could call in, and we did on a work day, one of them, and teachers were participating in that, and they were excited. We haven't heard a huge outcry from teachers when we explained to them the process, and that their biggest concern was losing their files. They're not going to lose their files. Their other concern was, Google going away right away. It's not going to go away right away. It's just the email piece that they'll still use the Outlook. So, and like I said, trainings are going to be provided. We're doing trainings now for central office. I'd love to be able to do additional trainings for you guys and have you guys attend additional trainings, so that way you get more comfortable using the tools as well. That's not a problem.
So,
Ms. Justice, I'm going to pause you because we are at time for this discussion, and there are a couple other people that want to talk. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this for 5 more minutes. Do I hear a second? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Mr. Wildebohr, you had your hand raised a long time ago.
I'm a little tired. First of all, I want to thank you for doing it in the pilot form. I think that's great, and you guys trying it out on the front end and stuff. One question I had, and I've noticed it myself, is in the old version, or Google, I guess, things would pop up on my calendar and say, hey, do you want to do this, or you don't want to do this? That doesn't happen anymore. And I mean, and that's concerning.
You want reminders, like, this is coming up?
Well, yeah, basically, invitations for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We get invitations. I mean, there was a meeting that I missed because it never popped up. I'm like, oh.
That's just a matter of turning on notifications.
I'm sorry?
It's just a matter of turning on your notifications. Those are by choice.
Okay.
Yeah. We need to be able to get you guys where you're a captive audience, where you can put aside all your board work, and we can kind of work with you to kind of go through these things, so that way you get that comfort level, and we get those settings based on what you're wanting. You guys are very busy people.
And and you guys, just to get a little deeper into that, your workflow, your day-to-day lives are a little different. With Teams, if you have it running on your computer or running on your phone, you're going to get those notifications in real time because you're in it all day. If you guys are going back and forth between personal work, or you don't have notifications turned on for you to get that Teams alert when it comes in real time, or that notification for a calendar event in real time, you're just not going to see it until you then go into Outlook. At that point, you've already got 100 notifications that you're behind on. So I think you're losing stuff possibly just out of the needle in the haystack standpoint. Whereas in reality, if you have this up all day, you're using it, you're going to see that stuff in real time coming in.
Well, my question, I guess my answer to that is the fact that in the old system, I didn't have that problem. So,
yeah. So one of the things as well is you are most likely running Google in your day-to-day life as a Google application and running the Google app. You've got it making all those notifications for you. So we need you to set those same notifications up on the Outlook side that you're running on your devices. So those, like, and if the other side of that too is some people like the feature, I don't use it, that will look in your mailbox and tell you that you have a reservation, or if you want to accept this reservation, like if you got a rental car, they sent you something confirming your reservation for a rental car, it'll automatically put it on your calendar for you and alert you. That by default is turned off in Microsoft. So if you wanted that sort of thing, it needs to be turned on. These are by choice of how much notification you want to get blown up with and nonstop on what devices. For instance, I'm up here, I've got my laptop open and I've got Teams and Outlook running. I'm not getting those notifications on my phone. Because if I'm sitting here, I don't want to be getting notified here, and then in my office getting 5 more notifications on the iPads that I have set up as well. So it really comes down to preference. There's a lot more granularity with it, which is a good and bad thing depending on how you look at it. But we can definitely help you with that.
So with that added time, we have 1 minute and 3 people want to talk. So I guess I'll make another motion to extend for 5 more minutes. We have to keep this a little bit more brief so that we can keep going in what we've got to do. So I will make a motion for 5 more minutes. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes 6-1. Mr. Perry?
Apologize. You mentioned that we were down to 7% on the Google Drives and the OneDrives. I just want to clarify, both these, in both cases, whether we're talking Microsoft or Outlook, we're talking about cloud storage, are we not?
Yes, you are.
Again, with what we've just encountered with the Power School breach, I think we should be making an effort to not have stuff on the cloud, to have internal servers that we can point to. Is that an option?
Okay. That's not an option with Google.
And I also can address that a little bit with internal storage. We pay a lot more money for hardware internal storage than external cloud storage. And on top of that, the security means and the amount of resources it takes to secure local data is a lot tougher than the cloud storage. So, for instance, we have a NetApp server back at the office that we've got 20 terabytes of space in. That 20 terabytes cost us way more than the 125 terabytes that Google gives us. Like, we couldn't even come close to that level unless you guys want to probably up our budget by $1 million.
Well, I mean, I certainly appreciate the budgetary concerns. That certainly means it, but it means a lot. But I mean, we certainly don't want to risk, maybe our students' personal homework or whatever getting out there and leaked out on the web, or being held hostage by some ransomware attackers. So
There's safety concerns too. So Microsoft being the company that size that it is, they have a lot more resources and they're a lot more secure than what we are able to do something internally. Just because we have it internally doesn't necessarily mean it can't be compromised as well. So the amount of resources Microsoft has is infinitely more than what we have to be able to keep things secure here.
As well, there's one of the main things that Microsoft offers us that Google does not with our licensing is what's called DLP. There are policies that allow us to classify data. So we can say data that has a social security number in it cannot be downloaded, cannot be printed, cannot be copied to the cloud, can only be stored on one local system. Only Dr. Barnes and Geller have access to that data. Brian doesn't. These are things that we cannot do with local storage, the way that it's set up now. So there is inherently more security built into what we have on the Microsoft platform than we could ever possibly provide internally with the staff and resources and hardware that we have internally. It's just not possible.
All right, we have 3 minutes and 2 people want to speak, so if we could keep them super brief, Ms. Bradbury.
I know I gave you a hard time.
I love it.
And I'm still not where I need to be, but I think I've passed the learning curve where I'm not frustrated and frazzled over it. So I know we started way earlier than the 3 new board members, so give it just a few more weeks. It does get easier, and there's some features that I really appreciate more than what we had. And I know you never expected me to say that, but I do.
We are recording this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm telling you, thank you.
And one of the things is we're seeing with people when they come over is the overwhelm factor, and we completely understand that. But we want to be able to walk you through piece by piece. That's why we have the Technology Learning Center site. That's why we're offering these classes. You know, we're trying to get as much information out there as we can.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick, close it out for us.
I will contact you individually, and I'll cede my time based on the fact that we are right up against it.
Excellent. Did you want to say something? Oh, are you ready?
I just want to, I wish this wasn't the world we lived in, but when I see $118,000, I see a teacher and a TA. And I wish I didn't have to nickel and dime to that extent, but that's what it is. That leads us right into the budget.
Perfect. Dr. Barnes, the Superintendent 2025-26 recommended budget.
Thank you.
And Ms. Sutter.
While Ashley's making her way to the podium, I just would like to say how confident and great all of at least the cabinet members around this podium or around this table felt about our budget process. We are in the place where we are ready to bring a budget to the county commissioners 2 months prior to them needing to have it done. I can also say that with Ashley's help, this is a budget that has been vetted by principals, assistant principals, staff. We listened, we got feedback. We built this based on what stakeholders said they needed and said we wanted. So take it away, Ashley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I provided handouts to board and staff. It's the same information that is uploaded in Assembly, but I know sometimes it's easier to have a handout versus trying to view it online. So that's provided for you in your packet, and then also in Assembly. The first thing you see is just the summary information that we've gone over before. I haven't changed anything in that summary information, the same information coming forward. And then next in Assembly and in your packet, you'll have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to go over. And then you also have a copy of capital outlay summary request. Now this is different from what we've talked about before because based on our last board budget work session, the capital items included here are just the priority 1 items from each of the areas. So you have a new summary with that information. And then the last document you have is also the same as was in your binders and we've gone over previously, is the summary of the budget changes. So that there's nothing different on that document either. So I just wanted to go through what you had there as handouts and what was new and what was different. So if we're going through, if you have questions, certainly be glad to answer those questions. So let's start with the presentation. And please let me know. I'll try to pause between slides in case you have questions if there's something you'd like to talk about in a little bit more detail. And so as we start the presentation, the first thing I wanted to share once again is we are having to look at revenue as far as state reductions in revenue, because as we know, most of our state revenue is based on student enrollment. So we do see a little decrease there, 259 students compared to the previous year. So that 259 is based on current enrollment. And so that's going to amount to about a $1.8 million reduction on the state revenue side. The next slide shows our average daily membership information over the past 5 years. And so you see our projection as we're going into the new year. That was the number we just talked about on the previous slide. But you can also see the previous years. And so I just want to make sure I'm clear because I know it does get confusing with the membership numbers. Average daily membership changes really every day. So you will hear different numbers from time to time. So when I'm providing information to the board related to budget, I try to provide for the previous years where I have the June final enrollment number. That's what you have for those previous years. But if the year hasn't finalized yet, I'm still using the budgeted number until I get the final number. So I just wanted to make sure if you're comparing this data to other average daily membership data, if there's differences, that's likely budget versus the actual ending numbers. Then on the next slide, you'll see our county request. So based on our budget document and our board work sessions, we're going to request $8 million from the county. And that $8 million includes our people investments, our inflation increases, and also our budget priority items that total $5 million. So together, you'll see that that's an $8 million request of the county.
For operating.
For operating, that's correct. The next slide shows other changes in revenue, and these are things that we've talked about before, but just as a reminder, we did receive some FEMA reimbursement this calendar year, school year, that we will not budget until next year. We are also have included in this budget the $1.7 million that we talked about earlier for that easement. And then Medicaid reimbursement, indirect costs, and interest revenue, we see increases there that we feel comfortable budgeting in next year that we didn't have budgeted this year. So that total other revenue increases amounts to $3.4 million. We also want to talk about our reduction in fines and forfeitures as a result of the City of Wilmington ending the red light camera program. And so we've adjusted our revenue based on that revenue source going away. And as you can see, we looked at the previous 3 years to determine, an estimate of what that revenue reduction would be. The only change we had to the allotment formulas was the instructional supplies for schools and for the pre-K. There is a change on this slide I want to make the board aware of. We went back through and we did notice that we were able to balance the budget with a reduction from $65 to $61 per ADM. Originally, we had $60 there. So I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. So that is a little bit smaller reduction to the schools than we originally thought we were going to have to do there. The pre-K reduction from 130 per ADM to 120, that's the same as we've discussed previously. And as we've talked about, that adjustment, that funding is going to go to support athletic equipment requests that will address some safety concerns that we have. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
So this reduction, the ADM, in supplies, this is from the state? The state reduced, where's reduction coming from?
So this is our local allocation that we make to the schools, and this was a reduction that we had in the budget to balance. So the ADM numbers are changing for the school, but we're also reducing the allocations that we're making to the schools.
And we were taking it from local funding.
Right, this is all related to local, that's correct.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to understand what.
Yep, good question. Next, I wanted to share a little bit more information about people investment increases. This budget is being built on a raise of 3%. We do not have information from the state as of yet as to what their actual increase is going to be for raises and benefits. However, we've used the average over the past 5 years to estimate what we think those increases are going to be, and we're building the budget based on that information. The number for our locally paid employees was $1.9 million, right at $2 million for the raise and the benefits. And that's part of the request to the county. We also have increases for inflation related to our insurance. And so you'll see the general liability, auto liability, and property insurance increases here. We reviewed the previous 3 years to determine what those estimated increases would be. Except for the property insurance, we actually did receive a quote on that one, so that increase is a true increase. We know that's definitely going to happen.
Redford?
Ashley, where in that, I think it's general liability, where is that, is our, the Liberty Mutual, that type of insurance? That's
General
under-
liability.
Those are part, they're, what's the word? They're part of that. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
that's correct.
Writers.
Also, inflation increases. On the next slide, you'll see we've estimated for utility increases for water, electric, and natural gas here. Once again, we've looked at the previous 3 years and obtaining some information from the vendors to determine what that estimated increase needed to be for next year. Children with disability services is also an area that we needed to focus on this year. We've used one-time Medicaid funding this calendar year to provide an additional $1.8 million to that area. And knowing that Medicaid reimbursement, while we did budget $500,000 in this budget we're talking about, it still is less than the Medicaid we received this year. As you remember, the Medicaid this year was really back pay for the previous 3 to 4 years where we hadn't received that reimbursement annually. As we anticipate going forward, they've changed their process for reimbursement at the state level, and we are anticipating being able to receive that funding annually now, which is why we built that $500,000 into the budget going into next year. However, that still left some funding that we needed to cover to help support the Children with Disabilities program, and so we are adding into our budget an additional $1.8 million for that program.
Ms. Bradford, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'll ask you later. It's about the natural gas.
Preschool services is also an area where we use one-time funding in the current year, and we need to address that going into next year's budget. We were able to use Title I funding to support pre-K services. We had some carryover from the previous years that we were able to use. Going into next year, we are not anticipating having that carryover, so we built in a budget, built into this budget $712,000 to help support the pre-K program. As you guys know, the NC pre-K grant does not 100% fund that program, and so that's why we're having to put in some local funding to provide the additional support needed. Any questions up to this point? And then next, that brings us to our superintendent budget priorities, which equal $5 million. And Dr. Barnes, you want me to continue? Would you like to say anything going into this?
Sure, we'll just run through this real quick. Basically, the two initiatives that we're focusing on are school safety and individualizing instruction for students. So the top 1, 2, 3 bullets there, the top 3 categories there, all makes about $1 million specifically for school safety. Now, we don't want to just address physical safety needs of kids at our high school without not also addressing the critical issue of helping students learn different behaviors to change their behavior permanently. So what you're seeing is half of that money going to implement safe and civil schools throughout our district. It's already been implemented in several schools with great results. The safety positions and the weapon detection are high school specific for our 4 traditional high schools. And then that bottom thing, that school specialist position, will be something that each individual school's leadership team will be able to pick from one of about 5 different categories, specific to gain data points that we can then lobby with the state for positions that we think are needed and part of what the state expects us to complete anyway. Right now, those 5, hang on one sec, can I finish? Those 5 right now, the school specialists, we're looking at either academic remediation, academic extension, behavior, graduation rate, or something to do with specifically helping support EC students. So, ma'am?
Repeat that?
Academic remediation, academic extension, behavior, graduation rate, or EC support. And what we're going to do is specifically set up a data point that we can then gather and provide you guys with an ROI, provide the county commissioners with that, and then also bring it to the state to explain that.
Mr. Perry?
Just on the weapons detection equipment for the high schools, is that metal detectors? What is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, so with this, we're talking about a pilot that we can in turn present to the state so that we can pilot that there even too. That's what you're saying. That's the plan that we've been discussing with maybe we secure it through the endowment, maybe it's through the county commissioners, but that's what we're saying for the next 2 years, looking at those data points so we can in turn
Correct.
go to the state
Yes.
with a potential pilot for change of the allotment. All right,
Correct.
thank you, sir.
And when I talk with principals and when I talk with stakeholders, this individualizing instruction and safety of students is what's going to bring kids back to this district. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to those requests that Dr. Barnes just talked about, we also wanted to show support. Dr. Barnes and the county manager and county staff have worked on this program that they're calling Family Support Services Pilot. And this isn't part of our request. They're covering the costs associated with this pilot. However, we certainly want to show our support for this to help decrease our absenteeism. And I don't know, Dr. Barnes, if you want to speak to that at all.
Sure. It's a cooperative agreement with the Department of Health and Human Services, or social work. So they will have family support specialists that will work for DSS, but be placed in our schools specifically to help us attack the chronic absenteeism and attendance issues that we're seeing. So these folks will actually be employed by the county, but will work collaboratively with us, with our social workers, with our principals.
Ms. Justice?
How many of those approximately will there be? 5?
5.
Throughout the district?
Yeah, yeah. So we will target specific schools that we can use to test drive it with. And this is something that we specifically talked about. I mean, I've said a lot that I feel like our concerns that are stopping us in this district are behavioral, they're social emotional, they're attendance based. They are not strictly academic focused. If we can get these kids back to school for the extra 20 days of school that they miss, we will see that gain in academics as well. So we really appreciate, this was something that the county came up with over a conversation we had with them, or that I had with Mr. Coudray, and he brought this back to the table. And I was like, yeah, we'll do that, great. So it was really a great opportunity for us to just increase that collaboration between us and the county commission.
And so I said, we wanted to make sure, even though this wasn't a financial ask, we definitely want to show our support for the pilot that the county staff is bringing forth to the commissioners. Then next, we have a slide going over the Board of Education pay increases that we discussed at the last board work session. And I know you guys have a handout there that talks about that increase. And I want to, I guess, hand it off to the board if we want to have a discussion that's different than what I have on the slide. So the original discussion was, my understanding, and I could have misunderstood, was an increase of $4,000 per board member. And then we costed that out, and it's at $30,142. And we were able to identify during the last board work session a majority of the funding or budget to fund that increase. And that made up $22,200. And so the amount that was left, I did, in our last board work session, we looked at 3 different options or scenarios, and the board directed me to bring back whichever was the highest as the recommendation here. And so I've done that. So if we were to make the adjustments that I'm proposing here, that you guys have a handout on, the request to the county commissioners would be $7,942 related to that increase.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, for the public's sake, I think it's important to note that, $22,200 was money that was already in the budget that we are trying to carve out, that was actually supposed to be in the board's budget, that we are then, being willing to go without. So it's not.
And I think that's important to make sure that everyone understands. This is coming from the board's budget, not like schools or student-facing or even central office. It's this board's budget is what was reduced to fund that increase.
Ms. Bradford?
That last line in bold, remaining balance request from county commissioners, $7,942. You divide that by board member, it's an increase of $1,134.57 per board member per year. And if you then divide that by 12 months, it's $94.55 per board member per year.
Per month.
Per month, excuse me.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I was just going to remind everybody too, since everybody's watching, I'm sure everybody's watching, but in case they're not watching, they can come back and watch it later. But we actually took a substantial cut last year too, when we were looking through the budget too. So, we're continuing to use our own funds in different ways. And so, just a reminder.
Mr. Perry?
And I just wanted to, and perhaps you can answer the question, because I don't have the exact date, but it's been a long time since there's been a pay increase for board members. Maybe Dr. Barnes can give us the specific last time it was.
I can tell you, we discussed it at our budget workshops.
So tell the public, yeah.
But, the last pay increase was 2018, and all that did was replace what had been taken away in 2008. So in 2008, they voted to decrease their stipend because it was a tough time and teachers had been furloughed and so on. And so then they rode with no increase all the way to 2018. So it's been a very long time before the compensation for the board members went up at all.
Thank you.
That's been since 2008.
Dr. Barnes?
A couple more points, I think, to reference what Dr. Merrick said. 22 grand of this was a zero-sum game. Didn't affect the kid, didn't touch the school. So we appreciate that. The other thing, I just want to make sure people know that is $4,000 a year, not $4,000 a month.
Yes.
I don't want someone leaving here going, oh my God, $4,000 a year divided by 12. I just wanted to make sure that was clearly stated. Thank you.
The next slide covers a request that we discussed at the last board work session related to the disaster event MOU that we currently have with the county. And so what was decided at that work session was that we would go make a request to the county commissioners that MOU not only include disaster events, but that it also includes emergency events, and that the proposed revision would ensure that cumulative damages or unexpected repair cost exceeding $500,000 within a fiscal year, the county would provide additional funding up to the $10 million as needed. So I just wanted to make sure that verbiage, the wording there was the intent of the board before I shared that or included in a letter. So that looks good. Okay. And so that was all that I had, but I certainly want to make sure you don't have any other questions or any other discussion that you want to have before we wrap this up.
Dr. Merrick?
I'm very proud of all of us working together to hammer this out so quickly. And the one comment I have, not for this year, I'm not looking to drag things out any longer, but, when we talk about our teachers having to come up with $1,000 of their own money every year for supplies, I would like to start thinking forward as we talk about next year. Well, we have something like 1,700 teachers times $1,000. Well, what are we talking about? 1.7 million. But it's time that we start thinking about putting that into the budget ahead of time. Let's start imagining that we can take care of our teachers as well as we take care of ourselves. So that's my thought.
Thank you. I have been through this process since 2018, a couple years out of it. This is the best. Not that it wasn't good, it was good back in 2018. But really, this, I feel so comfortable. I know what's going on. There's no mystery. It's all rational and needed. So I would like to thank our leadership, all of you guys, for doing this. Thank you very much. And from the public's point of view.
Mr. Wilborn?
I'd like to echo my colleague to the left's sentiments here. Ms. Sutton, thank you so much. Dr. Barnes, thank you so much. Everyone around the table, thank you so much. I mean, I think this is just a really good effort to support our teachers, support our students, which is the most important thing. So thank you very much. And I think hope we can get it passed. Work with the county commissioners to get this passed.
I will say that we have been talking and coordinating with the county commissioners all along, with the county manager. I think us being a united, cohesive front gives us the best place to move forward. I will bring as much passion as allowed to this conversation with the county commissioners as well.
And to kind of follow up with that, I want to thank our county commissioners
Right.
as well for just being willing to sit down and talk with us and work with us and listen to what we need and ask the questions that they had. But also thank you to our staff and thank you to Dr. Barnes. This has been the most transparent process. And I think that the public appreciates it. I know that I appreciate it. And I know the rest of the board appreciates it. So thank you guys. Ms. Bradford?
Ashley, what's our next step?
So I just wanted to make sure you guys take a look at the capital outlay budget summary. Once again, these are the priority one items that we discussed at the last work session, but it is summarized so it's only the priority ones. So that will go to the board at the actual board meeting for vote. And so if you guys have no other questions or discussion at this time, what I'll plan to do between now and our board meeting is to start working on the draft letter that we would submit to the county commissioners, and I would like to provide a draft of that letter to you before it's actually submitted. So I would like to provide that so you would have that at the board meeting.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity on that as well. I had a couple of questions because I know we're going after all the streams of revenue sources that we can at this time. And so for clarity, in the event that potentially we land an endowment, secure an endowment ask with this, would it just be reflective in a negate amount of the operating expense? And then potentially in the event that we do not get the full ask of capital and facilities, would it come back to the board for us to kind of re-divvy out what projects are going to be tackled for the year?
So if we end up seeing, we made an endowment request and it's also in our operating request, we get run instead of the other, I'm sure we would dialogue with the commission about how they'd like us to handle that. In regards to the capital and the capital budget, if we go to the county commissioners with this ask and they say we can only give you blank amount of money, then what our staff would do is we would come back, we would reassess the needs. We would bring it back to you with the number that they ask us to hit, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. I just asking for clarity in that process, so I appreciate that.
Good question. Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Thank you.
And actually, that's 2 weeks before before our deadline, wasn't it?
That's correct.
2 weeks. Oh, that is a question. We have some budget work sessions still scheduled. Are those?
So those were just in case we needed them. So if today you guys had more things for me to cost out, or if you wanted me to switch some things around in the budget, we built that work session in just in case we needed it. So in my mind, as of right now, it's canceled unless you guys just want to meet.
Can we also cancellation?
I think you guys need to vote on the budget first, and then we'll cancel it.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
And then Ashley's heading to Disney World.
No. Ms. Sutton's going to Disney World. So next on the agenda, it says board member stipend increase. We did cover that. Did you want to add any more, Ms. Radford?
Yes, I would. Madam Chair, I move that we, as a board, adopt Ashley's recommendation for the board stipend today.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Happy.
Excellent.
3 weeks.
Now, moving on to guidance on policy, I'm going to turn it over to, well, Ms. Bradford did request it, but I'm going to start with Mr. Wildebohr since he is the chair of policy, and then the attorneys, if that's okay. If you could kind of give a brief synopsis of what's happening and the questions, and then we'll have our attorneys kind of help.
Okay. Well, sure. I'll jump right on in. We just had some wording, ideas, and we kind of went back and forth on them. So it is back to what our attorneys think might be the best wording. We've had several, actually other policies, 7360, 8220, 9125, which are not in this list, of course, 1720, and 4329, which we actually held back in policy, waiting to figure out, if you remember, waiting to figure out, we did kind of bring one forward, which will be discussed next week, but we just need to, discuss whether, like words, like the word in 41, what we got here, 4140, to my way of thinking, there might be better ways to word things, not necessarily to destroy or to change the, like say 4140, the board embraces the cultural, the word originally was diversity, we can change it to perspectives and insights. There's a lot of discussion that, maybe the whole board would like to discuss briefly, whether we want to stay with the word diversity or go through the other, and to me, I actually recommended the words perspectives and insights because that gives to me a more of a full picture of what we're looking at, but, it's totally up to everybody.
So my question, so each of the changes is different based on the policy. So let's take this one at a time as far as looking at 4140. So thoughts about specifically 4140, and then
the only change there is that first area.
Get the counsel from the attorneys. And then
We're on board with those, Mr. Wildebohr.
Okay. There's no legal implications or anything like that.
Don't see any problem with it.
Okay. So discussion then. Dr. Merrick?
What are you saying? You have no problem with the old or the new?
The red one, the new red ink, we agree with. The concern with leaving diversity in there, it might have run afoul of the new Trump anti-DEI, and so we just want to stay clear of that. And I think what Mr. Wildebohr has proposed covers that base adequately and straddles both lines of anything. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Dr. Merrick?
I'd like to read from the executive order, ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. And down at the bottom of the executive order, it says in section 4C, this order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States. Do you notice they use the word equity? Equity in itself is not an illegal word, nor is diversity. If policy 4140 was, if the word diversity there was part of DEI, then there would be an issue. But I see no problem with using the word diversity. It's still a word. It still has meaning.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah, this is probably one of the ones me and Mr. Wildebohr disagreed on. I actually agree with Dr. Merrick in this particular instance. I believe this particular section is not talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So just to ink out, I mean, I have no problems with perspectives and insights, but I'm just saying diversity in and of itself is not a four-letter word. So I don't know if it's necessary, but I don't have a problem with it if we go to perspectives and insights. I just don't know if it's necessary.
Right, Ms. Justice?
I like perspectives and insights, but diversity is one word instead of 3 words being crammed in there. It's sad. What you do, pull out a syllabus every time, you run across these words to try not to offend somebody. As you said, they even use the word equity in their own document. This is just sad, to be afraid of a word. This country was founded a lot better than that. We're not supposed to be afraid of words. But, as I said, perspective and insights is very nice. I've taught many of, heck, I love foreign exchange students. But diversity would be just as well. Sort of silly.
With that said, I move that we add 4140 with the change that Mr. Wildebohr read to the agenda for next week for the other, to add it to the, move it out of the held into the action column for next week. Does that make sense?
For next week's voting?
Into it, under the consensus, policy consensus?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was already on there. It's just clarification. I think it's already
It's
on there,
clarification.
but it's just not with the change.
Then
So then
move
it would
it
need
with
to
the
be
change. Yes,
updated.
that's the motion I made. Perspectives and insight.
So I'll second that.
Okay.
Might as
Any
well.
further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
We're
Updating the language to the...
yes. We're not for the change, but moving it to the, yeah, moving it's fine.
Point of inquiry, Madam.
It is to move this change over to what is already on the agenda
Right, so in other words, we will be discussing this
next week.
next week.
Yes.
So that's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Wilborn?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay, for you.
Ms.
Sorry.
Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Merritt?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart? Yes. And Ms. Mason?
Yes, I guess we don't need to do that. All right, so those changes will need to be transferred over to the current document on there. Moving to the next one, school assignments, we'll do 4150. Mr. Wildebohr, could you super brief, where's the change? Because I didn't see any in there.
There was a strikeout, I think.
I don't see any. I don't see any in 4150. All right, so.
There's only 38, why can't you remember?
I'm not seeing any changes to that one. So we're going to continue on. With Dr. Merrick?
I think just for clarity's sake, I make a motion that we drop this from the agenda and put it, if you need to take it back to policy and to review it, fine. But just for clarity's sake.
I'll second that.
It's actually not on the agenda yet.
Well, on the policy agenda.
For Tuesday, it's not on there. These.
Well, it would have to be for the next one. It would have to be for May.
There's one more.
All right, so there is a motion to move 4150 over to policy, probably not this month, but next month. And there was a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Policy code 3, policy code
Well, to
3000.
take my colleague to my left, her thought before, we were able to use a lot fewer words here on number 6, foster respect for different cultures. And I think that kind of brings all those other words together and is able to, you know, in 3 words, do what the previous writer did in 3 times that. So, I mean, I think that's what we want to do. You know, one of the things we want to do is we want to foster respect for different cultures.
As far as legality and protection from,
I certainly don't have any, either way, I would think it's fine. It doesn't move the needle either way, but it does, pointed out, have the advantage of verbal economy.
verbal economy, I like that. Mr. Perry?
Yeah, again, this is another one where I didn't think they were really talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think, though, and this, I have no problems with the cultural, for different cultures, but part of this sentence here is ideological diversity, which is different from cultural appreciation. So I think we need to add that in somehow, because there are different, you know, that's a different thing.
Dr. Merrick?
I would make a motion that we add on to that read for different cultures and ideologies, because that way it allows for thought differences.
I'll second that.
Okay. Ms. Bradford?
I think we have to move on this motion before we do anything else.
Okay, so any discussion on the motion to add ideologies? Ms. Barnhart, you look like you want to say something. Do you?
I guess just some clarity on what that, I mean, respect, but what does that mean in the implementation piece of it? And I guess that would be a question for Dr. Barnes.
I think for me, the operationalizing, oh God, we have another word, folks. The operationalizing of policy, you guys set policy and then send it to me to enact, operationalize, put it into practice, that sort of thing. All the conversations we had at the policy committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, I'm bringing them to the principals next week. Nothing that I saw in the changes that you made change what we do at the school level with children. So, does that answer your question?
Yes. Any further discussion on the motion to add and ideologies to policy 3000?
Yes.
Oh, well, I saw Ms. Justice's hand, and then we'll come to you.
Well, there's no social studies. It's extremely important to understand the world. There's a lot of you have to be doing. So we can go, that will be successful.
Okay, Ms. Bradford?
So I would move that we postpone this motion to next week and put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay.
Is that amendment?
Yes, because I don't think we can do a substitute, can we?
Yeah,
I didn't
that
think we
doesn't
could,
sound like
but
an
I would
amendment.
say
So let's
that's an
vote on this,
amendment.
and then we can vote on that.
Yeah, I would say that that's an
Okay,
amendment,
then I would amend to do just that.
to move it to the agenda
Mhm.
for next week.
Mhm.
Okay. Any discussion on moving it to the agenda for next week? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That passes 6-1. So, because we've postponed it, all right, attorneys, do we need to vote on the original motion because we postponed the change that was suggested in the first part of the motion? Dr. Merrick made a motion to add 2 words. Ms. Bradford made a motion to postpone and send the policy to our meeting next week. Does that, it's not
Cancel the first one.
conflicting, does it cancel out the initial motion?
Fairly amended. So we vote on that, the amended motion.
Oh, so we need to vote for that first.
Okay.
We already
So-
voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment, we didn't vote on the amended motion.
So we jumped the gun.
So, No, we didn't jump the gun. All right, so now we're going to vote on the amended motion. The original motion was to add the words "and ideologies" to policy 3000. The amendment that was made was to send this policy over to next week's meeting. So we're voting on what exactly we're sending. Thank you. What we're sending. So the verbiage that we are sending to next week's meeting. Is there any further discussion? Is it clear as mud, Ms. Justice?
It's clear as mud. I'd like to say that I voted improperly before because I thought I was voting for what we're voting on now. But it doesn't change anything because I've already voted. But I'm just wanting to clarify that I would have voted no if I had known.
All right.
Or yes for the,
All right, so
that's clear.
do we know what we're voting on? So the initial motion was to add "and ideologies" to policy 3000 and then discuss it next week under policy consensus. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. That passes 5-2. All right. As we continue on, we started a discussion of board committees at our wonderful work session that we had not too long ago. And some of the changes that we had made were to condense finance, bond, and capital into a joint committee, and to reduce the scope and the number of legislative meetings. Those were two two major ones that we had discussed. We don't have the actual the actual calendar anymore, but that's okay. We don't need it. It's okay. It's okay. But if y'all recall, it was just a very full calendar. And just so to reiterate for the public, the purpose of doing this is we are elected to go into our schools as well as do all these committee assignments, but we have had over 20 committees, and they take up a vast majority of our time if you were to look at them in 1 month, in addition to any budget meetings, in addition to agenda review, in addition to other activities that are going on, and in addition to the regular meeting. So the whole purpose of talking about these committees was to kind of reduce and condense and see what we could do without what we are already covering, things like that. So I'm gonna kind of go through. I have the list in front of me and see if there's any changes that we think maybe are necessary, or if we want to just leave it as is. And also, there are some that we can't make changes to, so just discussing that as well. So the next one I have is policy. I think that's part of our job. So we need that one. That one's kind of an untouchable. So I'm going to leave that one alone. Student scholarship, we're all part of that. I think that one's a super positive one that we can all get to participate in. And so I would just ask that we leave that one alone as well. Next on the list is Title IX. And we met yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. And had some discussion with the Title IX committee members. The motion that was made by Mr. Perry was threefold, and I may forget some of it, so you may have to help me with it. So the first part was to dissolve the board committee that is the Title IX committee. The second part was
to have a report from the Title IX department twice a year.
the review. Thank you. So having a biannual review from the Title IX director to the board so that we are up to date with Title IX, all things Title IX, and having that regular so that we are still getting the information that we need. And then the third part was to
have an advisory committee that would be led by Colonel Henry, where they could work on continuing efforts with education and then make suggestions that through Dr. Henry that could come up to us from time to time, but just in order to keep up trust with the community and things like that.
And I believe community partnerships was part of that as well. So that was the recommendation from the committee. And so, Ms. Bradford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that we dissolve the Title IX Board Committee, bringing in all but suggestion 3 of the advisory committee. You'd just be adding back a committee, but to keep the biannual review from Colonel Henry.
Okay. Is there a second for that? All right. So discussion on that motion. Ms. Justice.
I am very shocked. This committee was put together because there was a need for it. And we're going to be living it for years to come. We were just talking about, well, can't put it this way, it's still out there. It wasn't just for athletics for females, as some people were talking about. It is for a voice for our community to protect our children and our staff from a variety of harassments and assaults, to have them aware of what goes on in the schools and the community. Colonel Henry is not, he's one person. You're going to get that information. He's going to get that information probably through 360 or whatever form it's sent to him. There's a lot more goes on that people won't talk about. One of the good things about this committee, Title IX, was that it was opening up avenues for professionals, because there were professionals on that committee in these areas that were serving, not just professionals, but actual community members, to discuss with the public the goals of doing right by our kids in this district, to be made aware of what's happening, and to have resources, as you mentioned, not just training though, but what's going on in the community itself, because there's a lot more along this area than just our schools. It was a very useful committee. I'm sorry that whoever was in charge of it for a while let it drop. We were trying to put it back together. It's only had really 2 or 3 real meetings. It doesn't even have the chance to fulfill its original intent, and I was here when they put it together, and it was demanded by our community because of what had happened to our kids for too long. I don't want to see us falling back into not realizing how important it is to protect our staff and our students from these many things that falls under Title IX that will take place if it's relegated into the background.
So if I might, and then I will. Sitting at the meeting last night, we discussed a lot of different things, and one of the things that we talked about was the history of the Title IX committee, and Colonel Henry shared I consider a pretty thorough history of the Title IX committee, and on his, and he based it off of notes from the previous Title IX. And in his summary, he actually, and Mr. Perry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, he actually mentioned that this committee was formed before the 2 gentlemen were arrested. That was the information that he shared that was the information that he shared last night. So
that's not true.
In addition to, so when we talked about, if I might, Ms. Justice.
I'm sorry, it's not you, I'm sorry. It's not true.
What he talked about was what they did. So they had 3 avenues. They had policy, they had education, and they had community resources, I believe. Those were the 3 different subcommittees that he talked about. When they first started, recognized that there was no Title IX policy, and so that subcommittee really delved into that and worked with, I'm assuming the board of the time, to develop the policies that we absolutely needed to have. The resources, the education, and they worked on getting the training and making sure we had all the trainings, and there's a plethora of trainings that we do still offer regularly. So that was also discussed. What I brought to the attention of the committee, because the question was asked, well, why are we trying to get rid of this? And I said, in the 2 years that I've been on the board, I served on that. I was tasked with that committee, the Title IX committee, my very first year, and I looked at the committee members and I said, did you ever see me prior, like in that time frame? And they said no. And I said, last year, were there any meetings? And they said no, there weren't any, but
We had one.
there was one. And I said, so what are we doing? What is the purpose of the committee? We don't need to have a committee for committee's sake. We have an amazing Title IX team. It's not just Colonel Henry. And what is the goal and the purpose of the committee? They understood that there was a lot of work in that beginning that the Title IX committee could do and did do, and we absolutely appreciate the work that they did do in many instances. And so that was the discussion that was had last night. I want to make sure other people have opportunity to talk, but Mr. Wildebohr and then Mr. Perry and then.
Well, since it was brought up, yeah, and if you don't feel comfortable using names, but what other members were at this meeting with the other professionals?
We had, Dr. Barnes, there were principals.
There were 2 principals. Ms. Geller was there.
Yep.
Colonel Henry was there.
And community,
And a couple of community
2
members.
community members, and then Mr. Perry and myself and Dr. Barnes. Those were the ones that were present. Mr. Perry?
I just want to also, as far as Ms. Bradford's motion to exclude the advisory council, I mean, I asked everybody last night when I made the motion for that recommendation, I said, I think it's important to keep the trust of the community. We are not that many years removed from this terrible sex abuse scandal, and we don't want to lose that trust. So I would like to keep those communication lines open, and also, but I said, I don't want to just have like you say, a committee for committee's sake. Do you think it would bring value? And I think in the consensus was, at least on education and resources, that it would, and I think Colonel Henry agreed with that assessment. Would you take that the same way, Ms. Mason, that he was open to it, and that he wanted to do it?
Yes, Colonel Henry was open to it. Dr. Merritt?
I have a few thoughts, as you might imagine I would. First of all, the fact that Ms. Craybill did not call a meeting for a year has nothing to do with whether or not there was a need. Perhaps it was that Ms. Craybill did not see that there was a need. As far as the people that were at the meeting last night, there were representatives from, for instance, the Carousel Center, and I have had numerous emails last night and this morning that these organizations are confounded, upset, frustrated. They believe there is necessity, and they told me that they did speak out, and spoke out rather passionately. I was not there. As you know, I've been removed from that policy, from that committee temporarily. We had a survey from about 3 years ago that showed that there was clear need for more work on an educational and a social level. I would be good with dissolving this committee if we did another survey and we found out that there was no more issues in our schools. But that's not the case. Rape Crisis Center, Coastal Horizons, I've heard from a lot of different people, New Hanover County Education Justice, of course. Dr. Barnes mentioned in the meeting before, and pardon me, Dr. Barnes, if I paraphrase you incorrectly, please correct me, but having a public-facing committee that discusses Title IX helps the public to understand that we're at work. Everything that Dr. Henry does, he does behind closed doors, as he needs to. And the public does not know all the work that's getting done. By having a committee that he comes to and says, hey, this is what's going on, these are the numbers of concerns we have, these are what's going on. He can't obviously tell in a public meeting confidential information, but the public gets to know that we're working at this. I'm glad to hear that he said it. So what, Dr. Barnes, I heard you say that last meeting was that having a committee and having it be seen by the public actually might prevent predators from wanting to come and work in our district, because they can see that we're working on this and we're not going to permit it. I don't understand my colleague across the way here. I don't understand the threat of having a committee, an advisory committee, especially when our community partners want it. Our director of Title IX is in favor of it. Who stands to gain by stopping it? So I'm not in favor of that motion. I would rather see that, I'm fine with it being an advisory committee. I said that during our last meeting. You want to make an advisory committee? That's fine. Either way, a committee or an advisory committee would have to bring their recommendations to the full board. They don't decide anything for us. So, we still have to look at all this. What are we afraid of?
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Part of my, I had a lot of questions of what the work of the committee actually was, and with the lapse of meeting time, it didn't mean that Title IX work was not happening. It's just, as my colleague said, when you're talking about investigation of sexual harassment, you can't openly discuss that in a committee meeting. You're not able to have those conversations. It was not on the last two agendas to discuss that. And so it's a frustrating aspect because there's lots of different components. I had sent in a few suggestions. I know we had done a Title IX audit, and from the verbiage that you share with me, Chair Mason, that it was titled something different, but there was a difference in facilities usage between our male and female athletes. And so I wanted to hear an update about that, of where we were working and how that was going, as well as this board gave the opportunity to pilot women's wrestling program at one of our high schools, and to say, is that something we can expand to give that opportunity to all of our females? So I understand there's lots of different aspects here, but when I was thinking back through the history, we didn't have an investigation department, a Title IX investigation department. And that is part of the reason why we landed in the predicament that happened years ago. So those things have changed. As you said, policies have changed. The process of how things are investigated with fidelity has changed because we want to do better. I'm intrigued by the idea of having an advisory committee. I would have to know more, I guess, to see exactly what, again, concerns with how does that overlap the work that you can't talk about openly in public. And it's not saying that it's a bad idea. I need more guidance and clarity of what that looks like for collaboration to be successful for our district. So that's my hesitation from it. So I like the idea of meeting with professionals. I network a lot in the community, and we have a lot of different resources, and to make sure that our schools have access to different things, and that our counselors and our social workers and thus our administrators are aware of the resources we have in the community is very important. So with that, I need more clarity before we discuss an advisory committee. I like the idea per se, but I need more clarity of what is the goal of the advisory committee if we're not able to discuss some of the hardline things when it comes to a sexual harassment investigation publicly. So I'm just confused by that.
So, if I might, one of the Carousel Center, she mentioned a training that had been done in the past that we no longer do. It was every 3 years. Dr. Barnes, do you recall the name of it? I wrote it down, but I don't have that with me today. But there was a training that was every... Yes, Stewards of Children. Has the name changed? because she indicated that that was a separate program. So it's things like that, things such as talking about what resources are available from the Carousel Center or within the community. Ms. Burnham, you look you look puzzled. It was stewards of children. And so that was one of the topics that was brought up, is discussing what resources are available, that had been a free training for staff. So that would have been the education component and a bit of the community relationship component. I'm trying to recall, Mr. Perry, it was your suggestion, and so I know I had asked a lot of questions last night. So if you could just tell the board who would be on it, and because,
Yes, I mean,
who would be on it and what would be kind of the task of the advisory?
Yeah, I think it would be everybody that's currently, it would not be an official board committee anymore, although I guess there would have to be, according to Dr. Barnes, an ex officio member. Yeah, but not a voting member.
Right.
But then it would be run by Colonel Henry, and then everybody who's currently on it could still be on it, and it would be talking about the educational and resources things, and not about particular cases, because obviously you can't go there, you know.
And then we also made it very clear last night that policy is a board purview, that is not something that is within their realm at this point, because they did put forth those policies already, and they did work on that. That's not something that they would be focusing on. Dr. Merrick and then Ms. Bradford.
I just wanted to answer one of the suggestions here that we can't talk about investigations. No, we can't. We can't talk about names. But during our last meeting before yesterday, Dr. Henry gave us a report of how many investigations were ongoing, what type of investigations they were, and it shows the public what he's doing, that he's actually on top of things, we're looking at these things. And I think that's critical information on an ongoing basis. And yes, education and resources. The committee members, when they got the copy of the survey from 3 years ago, were all very excited about, I can't say all, many that got to me very excited about perhaps doing the survey again next year, because it's an issue. We can't have, the survey showed that girls were more than 2 to 1 likely to be feeling harassed or discriminated against. So is that getting better? That is something that, as a board, we need to be concerned about. And I think this committee is the place to do it. As far as I can tell, Dr. Henry has his, Colonel Henry, sorry, has his hands full in investigations and responding. I don't know that there's as much education and outreach done by that department. I might be wrong.
Dr. Barnes, go ahead.
I can speak to the education outreach part. We do numerous trainings every year. First off, every staff member is required to review things like duty report and sexual harassment, things like that in the beginning of every year. We also do trainings for principals, assistant principals, new teacher training. When the custodians meet, we can do it with them. So we do upwards of, I don't want to give a number, but Jen, would you say 10 to 15 a year? Just reminder ones in general. I would remind the board as well that if you shift this in policy from a board committee to an advisory committee, most of the committees that are in your policy, you guys can, I mean, personally, what I would do is sort of do a hard reset and invite everybody back to the table again and refresh it and renew it. But you can also say in your policy, we'd like to see these kinds of people in the committee. So the board does have sort of the purview to say, hey, we want to make sure there's a principal, we want to make sure there's a parent, we want to make sure there's a community active member, you know, things like that. So that's something you guys can do within the policy as well. And most of your advisory committees have some sort of guidance for me as who you'd like to see a part of the pile.
And did I err in paraphrasing you?
Ms. Bradford?
Two things. Looking at the minutes from the only meeting in '24, they went over the history and so on. I would imagine similar to what they did last night. But the stated goals at the time were to, when the committee was formed, were to get into compliance and to hire the Title IX coordinator. We've done that. You gave us a charge, look at committees, see how we can reduce the number from 22 or 23 down. I don't see the point in replacing a committee with a committee. It doesn't achieve the goal. Last night's meeting, I didn't count a whole lot of members of the public here, but you probably had equal number of staff here. And our resources and these people's time are valuable to me. I don't want to bring them out for meetings that they don't have to, because when they get done with this meeting, they have to go do their day's work. And that's not fair. So you task us to and I have a couple others, to shrink some committees. So that was what the point of my motion. The idea of a biannual review with the Title IX director is awesome. I have the statistics from the last time he gave us those statistics of all the cases and whatever, without naming names. That was great information. But so I believe that should stay in there. But to add a committee, to take away a committee doesn't work for me.
Just to make sure that we're using our time wisely, we do have several more committees to kind of work through, as well as the AI discussion, and I want to make sure that we have enough time to do all of that. So, Ms. Justice, if you could keep it brief, and then we will vote on the motion.
I'll keep it brief. An advisory board isn't the same as a committee. You're not going to have everybody up here from central office spending their time. I can't emphasize enough how important this is to the community. Somebody over there said that this is going to help us, the community, buy in to what we're doing, that we're doing the right thing. I saw from 2018 forward the horror of what we went through. It's not done. There's still court cases. There's still, unfortunately, a movie. There's going to be a lot of stuff still happening, and we got to have the community buy into us. That is so important. And I don't know where Colonel Henry got that there wasn't. I know that Kelly was in jail when we formed that Title IX committee. He was already in jail. He'd been in jail for a couple months. So, and it was a pretty big horror show. And I just don't want to revisit that in any way, shape, or form. That's my fear.
All right. We have a motion to dissolve the Title IX committee and have twice a year, review from the director of Title IX. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Point of order. So, didn't we have an original motion that came from committee that would be, and that would be an
That was a
amendment?
recommendation. That was not a motion.
So, I mean.
That was not a motion. That was a recommendation.
All right. So I'd like, then, before we take that vote, then I would like to make an amendment to the.
Sir, we are at
Well, to
time.
add the committee, so. The advisory committee.
So you are making an amendment to her motion.
Because she didn't want the advisory thing, and
So you are making an amendment to her motion, yes?
To add the advisory committee.
Okay, so the amendment is to add, yes.
Can you make an amendment that subtracts and adds? I don't think you can.
You didn't make an amendment, you made a
No,
motion.
sir, we're asking for the attorney's advice, sir.
I thought that a motion was made by Mr. Perry to make those three things.
That was a recommendation from the Title IX committee.
So Bradford amended that recommendation.
Nope, she made the motion.
No, I made a motion
So I'm
to
amending it to add.
She didn't
dissolve,
take away anything.
keeping from their recommendation the biannual, but
Gentlemen.
not keeping from their recommendation the advisory.
So Mr. Perry wants to add an amendment to that motion by.
He wants to.
Adding the advisory.
So reversing my saying delete the advisory. You can't amend.
She
to
didn't
do that.
delete anything because there was never a
So
motion
is
there.
that gentlemen, I'm trying to get clarity. So is it possible, is that amendment possible if it negates the original
I
motion?
think so. Ms. Bradford's motion stands on its own. Mr. Perry made a motion to amend that.
Okay,
That is what needs to be voted on.
okay. All right, so the amendment is to add Title IX as an advisory committee. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Oh, was there a second?
Well, I was going to second, I'll second.
Okay, there was a second. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr? Ms. Bradford?
No?
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
Just a pause. Mr. Wildebohr, what did you say? You said no. Okay, thank you. Just keeping track. I say no. So that amendment fails 4-3. Going back to the original motion to dissolve the Title IX committee, Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll? And have a biannual review. Thank you. Would you please call the roll?
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Dr. Merrick?
Nope.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr? Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes, that passes 5-2. All right, continuing on in the committees, ACES, which would be what they title it, but that's our EC committee. That is not, I consider that an untouchable because we do not run that one. It's a liaison position. So I'm just going to kind of find all of the liaison positions. So ACES, Gifted Advisory, I believe SHAC is a liaison. Soil and Water is a liaison. Yeah.
Well, technically, we're appointed associate supervisor, but yes, with a liaison role from our lens, no, that was.
It's a little different. Parks and Garden.
Yes, that's what.
Okay. And Legion. Let's see, CTE.
That is.
It's advisory.
Okay, all right, so.
That is required because of the
Right,
please
that's-
feel.
So
yeah.
we don't touch CTE as well. All right, so what remains, that reduces it a lot. Educator of the Year, we can't, that's an untouchable as well. All right, so Calendar Committee, we kind of need that one too, so we have to keep that one. Who needs a calendar for school? Yeah. So the next one on my list is curriculum. Ms. Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having been on the curriculum committee for the last 2 years, that meets 4 times a year, I move that we I move that we restructure the curriculum committee to a standing committee of the board comprised of 3 board members with the meeting scheduled to be a minimum of every other month. Could go to monthly if there was a whole bunch of stuff to be done, but that's already doubling, what we didn't do last year. But to make it a standing board committee versus what it's been, Dr. Hamilton knows my opinion on this. We just haven't done anything with it. So that's my motion.
So to make it, okay, is there a second for that? All right. Discussion, Dr. Merrick.
If you only met 4 times last year, then it's obvious to me that you don't need to meet more often than that because you didn't meet last year. I think we just heard that logic being presented a moment ago.
It's a restructure.
Yeah, no. What we heard before was that the Title IX committee didn't meet last year, therefore it's not necessary. If you only met 4 times last year, then it's obvious you don't need to meet more often than that.
I am new to the curriculum committee, but with everything that is going on and all of the changes coming down from the federal level, I think it's definitely more important that this committee meets more frequently. Curriculum is absolutely integral into the educational system that we are tasked with ensuring is running. And so I think that, increasing the the meeting times, increasing the number of board members even to have more feedback, I think that's a good idea. And I would actually, if it's all right, love to hear Dr. Hamilton's thoughts on adding more time, because I know that that's more time on you. So.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. So since I've been in this role, we had just recently adopted new curriculum resources to support the North Carolina Standard Course of Study that we do teach. So really our curriculum is the Standard Course of Study. Anything else will be resources that support the implementation and student learning for the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. So we do have the new curriculum in place that that most recently, I think, has been adopted and that we've been using for the last 2 years. So the things that have maybe been potentially a topic of interest for that kind of committee right now would be the local history information that does also still support our standard course of study, because we do have local history standards. We have quite a breadth of resources available currently to our teachers for that, including topics that have been discussed here earlier this evening. So I would just need, the board would just need to determine what those conversations would be more frequently. We are new into our curriculum, so I don't see that we'd be creating new curricular resources for our teachers at this time.
All right, Ms. Justice?
I was on the curriculum committee under Dr. Smith and then under Dr. Faison. I used to be curricular head in a whole school district, and I've taught for many years. We get our curriculum from the state, the standard course of study. There is nothing mysterious about any of this. We don't need to be meeting every other month, in my opinion. I am excited about the fact that there is a new push. We just talked about it, about using local history to fill out some of the curriculum that the state requires for our students. And I'm going to be real straightforward here. This is a sad thing that outside forces, it's very political, seems to think the curriculum is somehow either shaping our children's future in some way that's going to propagandize them and harm them. If you look at the state curriculum, it gets boring. You can cross your eyes. It's if you don't understand what's going on, if you're not happy about the subject or thrilled about it. But it is what it is, and it doesn't need to be political. And it does need to be what's good for the kids as far as knowing knowledge. And it is pretty darn straightforward. The people who develop it come from universities across the country. It's needed in order for our kids to make good decisions in all areas: science, math, social studies, English. But the professionals are the ones that need to focus on it, not us board members having a meeting every other month, trying to control something that's not happening. There's no indoctrination going on. If teachers could indoctrinate kids, that have them come to school on time and every day.
Keep it within the realm.
Okay, well, but I mean, that's just what's important. What's important is the kids learning.
Understand. Mr. Perry?
As I agree with this motion, curriculum is what we do, so I think meeting more often is a good thing, even though I do recognize that there's probably some level of hypocrisy in saying that worried about a Title IX committee using more staff time and then increasing this at the same time. But I still think it's a good idea, it's worth doing, so I support it.
Well, before I have you, Mr. Wildebohr or Ms. Barnhart, did you have anything you wanted to add to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak on this? Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to speak. When we're talking about being able to support our staff, one of the very first decisions we had to make was passing the curriculum. It was like the first night we were sworn in. And what was presented to us and the justification piece, and we were able to see the content prior to passing it, was the scaffolding supports. And I asked a lot of questions that I'm sure my colleague would also have the same kind of thought process about. When you're discussing curriculum and being able to say, how are we supporting the resources? We have a lot of different programs. We have a lot of different pathways. And saying things like having an oral history database to help amplify what our teachers can do. It's not saying, I'm going to create the content. Although I'd love to join up with the math colleagues and do that, but looking through it the lens of saying, how can we streamline accessibility to our staff? How can we create that support system so we have that quality content for all levels of scaffolding? So I don't see this as a bad idea. I see this as saying, how are we coming together as a district to support our staff in a way that ultimately we had to approve the curriculum, and there's been feedback since I've been on the board, mixed feelings of the curriculum that we adopted, that we were told the staff wanted, right? That was the first decision that we made. And so I think having that open line of dialogue helps to hear how it's being implemented, the pacing structure that has been changed, and I'm grateful for the leadership to make those adjustments because we do receive a lot of feedback. And so being ingrained in the process is not taking over the process, it's being familiarized so that we can help support. So I see this as a potential opportunity to be able to work collaboratively with our staff and to support them.
Mr. Wildebohr, did you want to add anything?
Sure, but I won't take quite as long as my colleague over there. As a former principal, curriculum is what we do. That's what the school system is all about. That's what we do from pre-K all the way up to the early college, high school, and it is very, very vital that we know what's going on, with our curriculum, and be part of that process. So I think that the availability of our staff is very important, and keeping them, not from meeting here all the time makes a lot of sense also. But I do think that's one of the main things we do. We do policies. The school system does curriculum, so that's what they're all about.
Dr. Barnes?
Thank you. I think for me, I think the board and the superintendent and the staff are working very collaboratively together, so I'm not concerned about that sort of collaboration. I do just want to posit, maybe if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And maybe we at least put this off and see what our growth data looks like, what our retention looks like, how after 2 years of full implementation with Wit and Wisdom, what are we seeing happen? I almost wonder if you maybe don't want to put the cart in front of the horse.
Dr. Merrick and then Ms. Bradford, and then we're going to need to close this
I
particular.
understand it, and I'll try to keep it short. I agree with my colleagues who said this is what we do, and I take it that the "we" is the school district. I don't believe it's the board's job to dictate curriculum. We just got done with our last meeting saying, hey, you know what, we trust Dr. Barnes and we trust his staff, and our job is to get out of the way more. And I think that it is important to have oversight, and that's what we do as a board, but I don't know that we need to meet every month or even every other month to watch over someone who we've just voted to take from a interim to a regular full position. So I say get out of the way and let our district do the work unless we find that they're not doing it well, and I see no reason to say that. So.
Ms. Bradford? Let's just vote. Okay. Because we have 19 minutes left in the meeting and several other committees that we need to make sure that we cover. Very briefly.
It's very easy. Let the teachers teach. This isn't our job. They know what they're doing. They're professionals.
Okay. The motion is to restructure the curriculum committee to a standing board committee and meet every other month with 2 additional members.
3 board members, because right now it's just
Well, there's currently 1 board member on there, but additional 2 board members. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes, but that fails 4-3. So as it stands right now, curriculum will remain the same. Head Start, we don't have that grant at this point. I didn't know what we should do with that particular committee. I know, Ms. Barnhart, you've been part of that one in the past, so I didn't know if you had any advice or thoughts on Head Start. Quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have said on multiple occasions that we need to change this to a pre-K liaison. We have multiple pathways that we service our pre-K students. I think we need to do that. But I'm going to make a motion to postpone this board committee discussion to next month so we can finish the agenda item.
All right, any discussion on the postponement? Okay, let me make sure I'm writing this down. Somewhere, there it is. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes. All right, moving on to the Facility Ad Hoc Committee. If we can keep this, was that part of that motion, or was this part of the?
I mean, for clarity, yes, Madam Chair, it's under the board committee's discussion, which I just made a motion to move to next agenda.
Making sure that we're, all right. So the last thing on the agenda is the AI pilot. So we have on here, what we have is the PowerPoint that Evan gave us. So I will open the discussion up on the AI pilot. Mr. Perry and Ms. Barnhart.
I'm just going to limit my comments to one set of comments, and then I'm not going to chime in. I think we've had a lot of discussion on this amongst ourselves. We know where we are. Most of us know where we are. In my opinion, AI is a tool. It's like a gun. It can be used for good or it can be used for bad. It can be used responsibly and it can be used irresponsibly. I'm not opposed to AI at our schools in some context, but we have to take safeguards and guardrails there to ensure that the liberty of our students doesn't get infringed upon. So we need to proceed with caution. And I don't believe that, those safeguards are in place at the state level. We don't, unlike other states, we don't have legislation on the ethical use of AI. We've also had an amendment to the Parents' Bill of Rights that allows school security systems to track the biometric data of our students. And even though this system says we're going to turn those features off, why is that in there? Unless they eventually want us to turn it on. And I would like to see those changes made, and then for them to scrap this current, and ask the General Assembly. I appreciate Senator Lee's concern about security at our schools, but we have to go back and kind of go back to the drawing board, in my opinion. I mean, I would love to say, this is maybe even a constitutional amendment guaranteeing the rights of our students. I do not believe that this system, out of the box, the way that's been presented to us, which seems to vary, is going to provide very much in the way of benefits to our school system and opens Pandora's box to all sorts of things down the line. Now, somebody that I really respect texted me earlier, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we disagree, but she made a point, well, why worry about the what-ifs? But the what-ifs are important. Our founders were thinking, when they drafted up the Bill of Rights, they went through all the what-ifs. You read the Federalist Papers, it's all a bunch of what-ifs, because they were thinking ahead. Nobody thought that anybody was going to violate their First through 10th Amendment rights, but they wanted it down, because they wanted to take those protections before they started a new government. We need to take those protections for our students and for our parents. And, I just don't, I believe also that I can probably speak for everybody that nobody was impressed with Everton as a vendor, and this vendor is being forced upon us, instead of us being able to pick the vendor that's best for our school, that provides the best capabilities for our school. So I would push back and say, you know what, thank you, Senator Lee, but, you know, if you'd like to rework this, we would reconsider it next year, but for now, my vote is no.
I believe Ms. Barnhart was next.
Thank you, Chair Mason. Reflecting on this, I understand we have a lot of different notions out there, and there was a change in the technical corrections which changed the scope of work, and it limited who was able to apply. And so with that, I think that there is some reflection on implementation, but I have to go back to the why. Why was this created? And I called Principal Sutton, and I said, Mr. Sutton, I have to ask you about one of probably the hardest days of your life at the shooting at New Hanover High School back in 2021. And I said, and I don't want you to relive every detail, but what I want to talk about is the takeaway of changes that we want to make so that this hopefully never happens again in our school system. He spoke of the response time, that he could be able to actively respond to a crisis situation. He talked about the need to be able to, in real time, communicate with his staff to take a head count of who was where, including students, and the reunification piece. One of the things that came out of that day was the hiring of Chuck Silverstein and talking about preventative measures and different things that we do and protocols. We have good protocols and procedures when our teachers find it. They know what to do. They know how to do it. And so what the scope of discussion has come is now we have this one company, and it comes back down to me of the practicality of what's happening, because the scary thing when we hear the words AI is that robots are taking over our schools, and that's unfortunately just not true. The AI component of this pilot, what it would do, it would send an alert notification. It's utilizing our local cameras on our local server, and it would send it to the core administrators at a building to say, hey, you need to look at this area. They would respond and be able to potentially close a door that got left open by accident. They would be able to approach a child that potentially has a weapon on him or her. In giving time in a crisis situation is the difference of a circumstance that nobody wants to see the ending to, of the worst case scenario that we came really close to that day, back in 2021. So then the flip side of this is Evident is partnered with Raptor, and what Raptor does, and they are in tons of school districts across the country. They are an active response situation that are skilled in making sure the active communication piece is there and the reunification piece. I have friends, and I have administrators, and their bravery, and I'm going to commend them, and I'm sorry to relive this partial of their life, but sharing with me that that was the worst thing that ever happened, not being able to account for kids the length of time while the parents were in their worst nightmare. And that's the part of Raptor, of this pilot program, that what we would utilize is to help with that reunification piece, to know who is your guardian that you go with, and that I can account for you and know you're safe, because that's our job as the school system. So I understand the frustration, because we initially had a scope of work, and that scope changed a few months ago with the technical correction. So I don't want to be all in with all of the technology that was originally listed with Evidon of their capabilities. I do not want to utilize the facial recognition software, because I understand the concern, nor do I want to see that be implemented. But to get a notification heads-up text to our admin so they could potentially respond to a dangerous situation, I absolutely want to have that capability. And so looking at this, I think that if we can redefine the scope of work to talk about the alignment that we need to see for our cameras to meet the specs that Evident has already defined, we would not have the funding to implement this in every single one of our schools, but I think we could have target focus of the secondary schools so that we can equip our admin to be more responsive and have active communication in a crisis situation. And so that is where I'm at tonight with this. We have already passed the deadline for the General Assembly this funding was supposed to be in contract by January 15th. So if this is not the will of the board to move forward, and like I said, I believe the scope needs to change from the initial RFP that was initiated with Evident. But if we're not in favor of this, then the General Assembly is in session, and they have the ability to take the $3 million back if we do not utilize it in a safety format for our students. So for me, moving forward with different protocols in place, I'm in favor of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Miss, I'm just going to note we have about 8 minutes left, and I think that there are at least 4 or 5 people that want to talk. And I want to ensure that we all have the opportunity to say what we need to say. I will make a motion to extend our time 10 minutes for 5 people.
15,
So 15. I'm going to say 15. Go. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-1. Well, Ms. Bradford was next.
Okay. The minute you started speaking, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I must have been.
Okay. I wish that we didn't live in a world that was so full of hate.
But
And I wish
still-
that we didn't live in a world where students bring guns and knives to school. I wish we didn't live in a world where 3 students in our classroom and beat up another kid. Okay? But the world is getting more and more violent, and we need to put every safety protocol that we can, give every tool to our staff that we can, because this is all about protecting our kids and our staff so that they can learn and grow. Evil is real, and to not do everything we possibly can to keep our kids safe in school, I just can't do that. So I'm going to hold my nose on some of these parts, but I move that we accept the pilot program safety grant to implement upgrades to our existing school safety system, including cameras that integrate AI technology beginning in the high schools and the middle schools, not activating the facial recognition features. Do you need it again?
Why are we having motion?
It's fine. We need a motion.
Yeah, I know.
And there is a second. So I believe Dr. Merrick and then Mr. Wildebohr.
So I want to acknowledge the impassioned pleas of my colleague, Senator Lee, Ms. Barnhart.
Sir.
But
Please don't.
we have, how many letters did we get from our parents? How many people came to our meeting? I have only heard one person from the public say that they were in favor of this. And I have gotten so many personal emails. I've had so many personal conversations. As passionate as my colleagues are, believe me, the community is every bit as passionate. I had high hopes for this when I first heard about it. Nothing that Evident brought gave me confidence. All the cronyism from the state legislature did not give me confidence. The idea of taking taxpayer money and putting it into a system that they even say, well, we really can't tell if they have a gun. Well, we really can't tell if they're having a fight. Well, then what are we doing this for? And there are so many negative potentials from this. I would like to revisit it again if we get a chance with a more reputable company, with better technology, and as my colleague over here has said, once we have a policy on AI. I think there is a lot to be said that it could work for us, but not in this situation.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Thank you. I wrote down some notes because I knew we were going to discuss this and vote on it. I think we live at an interesting time. This is a vote that will, like many before it, will have impacts on our students and our faculty alike. General Statute 115C 307 directs that the first of the listing of responsibilities of teachers is to maintain order and discipline. I agree with my colleague over there. We did hear from 23 community members that were in that meeting. We also heard from the leaders of our schools, our principals. In the group that I was in, every single one of them recommended we move ahead with the pilot, helping to keep our students and staff safe. Now, I understand we can rewrite that there's a possibility we can rewrite the scope of the work and use some of the money in the grant to upgrade our camera systems throughout the school district, so we can direct the use of our funds to help keep our students safer. Recently, we heard from our other stakeholders, our community members, 23 of them. At the end of the day, cameras are wonderful if they're watched. Otherwise, they're simply a tool to see what happened and deal with the perpetrator after the incident. There was a fear when we reopened schools. There was a fear from some when we took off the masks. And there is fear from some that AI is not a tool, but a monster waiting to take over. Our legislators seem to think it's worth the money. Our principals agree. Looking ahead, I'm going to follow the advice of our school leaders, our principals, and our central office leaders. And to close the brief part that I'm going to speak about, at the February 11th Paris AI Summit, our Vice President J.D. Vance, had the following to say about AI. The Trump administration believes that AI will have countless revolutionary applications in economic innovation, job creation, national security, healthcare, and free expression, and beyond. Thank you, Ms. Mason.
Ms. Justice.
Yes, listening to everybody, we also listened to Evidon. Both of their, especially their second presentation, was contradictory to the first, many things, and the company itself is going bankrupt in some parts of the world, and it literally is not even an American company. Raptor, you're right. I actually did the work that Raptor does now. We used to have to put the packages together in order for if a shooter or somebody came in. But that can be done separately from Evidon and this situation. It's very obvious this is being pushed by certain people. We weren't given a choice to actually have other opportunities. I'm not afraid of AI. My oldest son is a software developer for AI. The future is amazing, but this particular company is not adequate. I understand what the principal said. I used to be one, staring at those screens on Friday afternoon or during the day, because you have to be reactive. You don't have time to be proactive because we're so understaffed, in other words. But this is not the solution. As I think Dr. Merrick was saying, it doesn't recognize guns. It doesn't really recognize fights. Like the fight that did happen over there at Laney. Almost immediately, SROs were on it, and they were there because the teacher communicated immediately. The situation at New Hanover, I was here then. The kids took plenty, can you hear me? Sorry about that. The kids took plenty of videos of what went on. That child immediately disappeared into the streets, and even with Evidon's AI situation, we couldn't have stopped that. In fact, the biggest problem with that was, and we've learned from it, was we were very unorganized and did the reunification with the parents improperly. That was on the district. Evidon and Raptor might have helped some, but now we know better, and so if it were to happen again, it'd be a whole lot different scenario. So all of these arguments that you're using are valid, but this company isn't. And the thing that scares me the most, because I was really leaning towards, because I've talked to principals, I want them to have the opportunity to keep the kids safe. The teachers definitely, everybody does. But the thing that really bothered me the most was when they actually said there's about 5 or 6 functions that they swore we won't be using now. But who down the line knows what's going to happen with that? That can be turned on by other leaders. Not us, may not be on the board for, not Dr. Barnes, he may not be the superintendent. Who knows what could happen down the line under different leadership as far as those 5 functions that definitely impinge on the privacy and freedoms of our, not just our students, but our staff. Thank you.
So I'm going to take the opportunity to say some things. When I first heard about this, I was actually pretty excited. Thinking of, sorry, keeping my kids safe. And so I dove in. I dove into this. I did research. I dug. I talked to so many people. And I listened to the principals. And I was like, this is amazing. These principals have this buy-in. This could work. This could be phenomenal. And then as I watched that town hall presentation from Evidin, it made me pause, because I thought about the conversation that I had had with the Davidson County Chair. And I've had this conversation with board members, so this is not new information to them. They have heard me say all this. I spoke with the Davidson County Board of Ed Chair prior to their vote. And what had been brought to my attention was concerns about the security. And so when I spoke with the chair over at Davidson, he said to me, without being prompted in any way, shape, or form, what we are hoping to do is vote with a contingency that Evidin has a third-party audit to make sure that the systems are safe, to make sure that things are secure, that there's no ability to have a data breach, all of that. And so that was awesome. They passed that. And then moving on, we had this town hall. And it made me go back and say, wait a minute, what's happening in Davidson? And so I called him again and said, how is it going? How is this third-party audit going? How is this implementation going? It's not implemented. They voted on it beginning of February. I know it takes a little bit of time. I know things take time. However, from that particular individual, I was told that initially Evidin agreed to this third-party audit, and when it was there was an attempt to implement it, there was pushback from Evidin. That is a massive red flag for me. I can't tell you about technology. I am as naive as they come when it comes to AI. I cannot tell you the details and all of the specs of every little thing. But I can tell you that when somebody is unwilling to have a closer look, that makes me question their integrity and their transparency. We as a board, as a community, as a district have been working so hard to be more transparent, to be a district that has that integrity. We have worked to rebuild that. And it bothers me to no end, to the point where I lose sleep, to partner with somebody who doesn't have that integrity, who doesn't have that accountability. I have gone back and forth on this for a while now. Like I said, I started out really excited about it. And now I'm kind of feeling this tug that this company is not trustworthy. It's not trustworthy. I want to keep our kids safe. I have heard every single board member say, we want to keep our kids safe. We just heard from our superintendent about budget requests for how we can keep our kids more safe. And we're asking for these things that, hopefully we will get. I understand that it's a lot of money. I understand that we could use it. I understand all that. I just don't know if I am willing to sacrifice or plug my nose and move with a company that is not transparent. And that's kind of where my head is at. Oh my gracious, we have a call to question and we have an amendment. So gentlemen.
Those sort of came at the same time. I think the board chair is going to decide which one she wants to address.
We have 8 minutes. Mr. Wildebohr.
Well, I think your point is very very valid, so I'd like to make an amendment that we do as Davidson did and ask for a third-party audit of evidence.
Second.
Ideally, I would love that. But if they're not, if they're having trouble in Davidson, I have to wonder if they're going to give us trouble as well. I guess that's the concern that I have, Ms. Justice.
Yes, I was going to say same thing you are. Let's move on. Let's go ahead and do this. It's obvious, and they're going bankrupt in what other countries they're in. They're not even in this country in a K through 12 school. If they were a reliable company, this would be a whole different matter, but it isn't, and this scares me. We're talking about $3 million, and we're talking about a company that can't even keep itself together. Raptor's a different area, but they're together. You can't separate them.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if the contingency, I support having the contingency moving forward with an audit to say that this is what we're agreeing to, and also checking into the company to look into the concerns that my colleagues are saying. So I think that this is a good compromise to look at how can we utilize this to better equip our staff and our facilities for this. I listened to the town hall, and I know that that was one of the things to break away from the overhead sister company of it to see. So this is, and if they give us pushback, then guess what? We passed it with a motion contingent on that. So we're not on the hook for anything if they're not willing to do it.
Okay. So we need to vote on the amendment first. And that is to have a contingency to have a third-party audit. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Mr. Perry?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No. That fails 4-3. The original motion was to, oh, I just erased it. Ms. Bradford, can you restate the original motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move that we accept the pilot safety grant to implement upgrades to our existing school safety system, including cameras that integrate AI technology, beginning in the high schools and the middle schools, not activating the facial recognition features.
Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No. That motion fails.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. We do not.